Chapter 1. Jack Reacher caught the last of the summer sun in a small town on the coast of Maine. And then, like the birds in the sky above him, he began his long migration south. But not, he thought, straight down the coast. Not like the orioles and the buntings and the phoebes and the warblers and the ruby-throated hummingbirds. Instead, he decided on a diagonal route, south and west, from the top right-hand corner of the country to the bottom left, maybe through Syracuse and Cincinnati and St. Louis and Oklahoma City and Albuquerque, and onward all the way to San Diego, which for an Army guy like Reacher was a little too full of Navy people, but which was otherwise a fine spot to start the winter. It would be an epic road trip, and one he hadn't made in years. He was looking forward to it. He didn't get far. He walked inland a mile or so and came to a county road and stuck out his thumb. He was a tall man, more than 6'5" in his shoes, heavily built, all bone and muscle, not particularly good-looking, never very well dressed, usually a little unkempt. Not an overwhelmingly appealing proposition. As always, most drivers slowed and took a look and then kept on going. The first car prepared to take a chance on him came along after 40 minutes. It was a year-old Subaru wagon driven by a lean, middle-aged guy in pleated chino pants and a crisp khaki shirt. Dressed by his wife, Reacher thought. The guy had a wedding ring. But under the fine fabrics was a working man's body, a thick neck and large red knuckles. The slightly surprised and somewhat reluctant boss of something, Reacher thought. The kind of guy who starts out digging post holes and ends up owning a fencing company. Which turned out to be a good guess. Initial conversation established the guy had started out with nothing to his name but his daddy's old framing hammer, and had ended up owning a construction company, responsible for 40 working people, and the hopes and dreams of a whole bunch of clients. He finished his story with a little facial shrug, part Yankee modesty, part genuine perplexity. As in, how did that happen? Attention to detail, Reacher thought. This was a very organized guy, full of notions and nostrums and maxims and cast-iron beliefs, one of which was at the end of summer it was better to stay away from both Route 1 and I-95, and in fact to get out of Maine altogether as fast as possible, which meant soon and sideways on Route 2, straight west into New Hampshire, to a place just south of Berlin, where the guy knew a bunch of back roads that would get them down to Boston faster than any other way, which was where the guy was going for a meeting about marble countertops. Reacher was happy. Nothing wrong with Boston as a starting point. Nothing at all. From there, it was a straight shot to Syracuse, after which Cincinnati was easy, via Rochester and Buffalo and Cleveland, maybe even via Akron, Ohio. Reacher had been in worse places, mostly in the service. They didn't get to Boston. The guy got a call on his cell after 50-some minutes heading south on the aforementioned New Hampshire back roads, which were exactly as advertised. Reacher had to admit the guy's plan was solid. There was no traffic at all, no jams, no delays. They were bowling along, doing 60 miles an hour, dead easy. Until the phone rang. It was hooked up to the car radio, and a name came up on the navigation screen with a thumbnail photograph as a visual aid, in this case of a red-faced man wearing a hard hat and carrying a clipboard. Some kind of a foreman on a job site. The guy at the wheel touched a button, and phone hiss filled the car from all the speakers, like surround sound. The guy at the wheel spoke to the windshield pillar and said, "This better be good news." It wasn't. It was something to do with an inspector from a municipal buildings department and a metal flue liner above a fireplace in an entrance lobby, which was properly insulated, exactly up to code, except that couldn't be proved visually without tearing down the stonework, which was by that point already 3 stories high, nearly done, with the masons booked on a new job starting the next week, or alternatively, without ripping out the custom walnut millwork in the dining room on the other side of the chimney, or the millwork in the closet above, which was rosewood and even more complicated. But the inspector was being a hard ass about it and needed to see for himself. The guy at the wheel glanced at Reacher and said, "Which inspector is it?" The guy on the phone said, "The new one." "Does he know he gets a turkey at Thanksgiving?" "I told him we're all on the same side here." The guy at the wheel glanced at Reacher again, as if seeking permission, or offering an apology, or both, and then he faced front again and said, "Did you offer him money?" "500. He wouldn't take it." Then the cell signal ran out. The sound went garbled, like a robot drowning in a swimming pool, and then it went dead. The screen said it was searching. The car rolled on. Reacher said, "Why would a person want a fireplace in an entrance lobby?" The guy at the wheel said, "It's welcoming." "I think historically it was designed to repel. It was defensive, like the campfire burning in the mouth of the cave. It was intended to keep predators at bay." "I have to go back," the guy said. "I'm sorry." He slowed the car and pulled over on the gravel. All alone, on the back roads, no other traffic. The screen said it was still searching for a signal. "I'm gonna have to let you out here," the guy said. "Is that okay?" "No problem," Reacher said. "You got me part of the way, for which I thank you very much." "You're welcome." "Whose is the rosewood closet?" "His." "Cut a big hole in it and show the inspector. Then give the client 5 common-sense reasons why he should install a wall safe. Because this is a guy who wants a wall safe. Maybe he doesn't know it yet, but a guy who wants a fireplace in his entrance lobby wants a wall safe in his bedroom closet. That's for damn sure. Human nature. You'll make a profit. You can charge him for the time it takes to cut the hole." "Are you in this business too?" "I was a military cop." The guy said, "Huh." Reacher opened the door and climbed out and closed the door again behind him and walked far enough away to give the guy space to swing the Subaru around, gravel shoulder to gravel shoulder, across the whole width of the road, and then to take off back the way he had come. All of which the guy did, with a brief gesture Reacher took to be a rueful good luck wave. Then he got smaller and smaller in the distance, and Reacher turned back and continued walking, south, the way he was headed. Wherever possible, he liked to maintain forward momentum. The road he was on was a 2-lane, wide enough, well-maintained, curved here and there, a little up and down. But no kind of a problem for a modern car. The Subaru had been doing 60. Yet there was no traffic. None at all. Nothing coming either way. Total silence. Just a sigh of wind in the trees and the faint buzz of heat coming up off the blacktop. Reacher walked on. 2 miles later, the road he was on curved gently left, and a new road of equal size and appearance split off to the right. Not exactly a turn, more like an equal choice. A classic Y-shaped junction. Twitch the wheel left or twitch the wheel right. Your call. Both options ran out of sight through trees so mighty in places they made a tunnel. There was a road sign. A tilted arrow to the left was labeled Portsmouth, and a tilted arrow to the right was labeled Laconia. But the right-hand option was written in smaller writing, and it had a smaller arrow, as if Laconia was less important than Portsmouth, a mere byway, despite its road being the same size. Laconia, New Hampshire. A name Reacher knew. He had seen it on all kinds of historic family paperwork, and he had heard it mentioned from time to time. It was his late father's place of birth, and where he was raised, until he escaped at age 17 to join the Marines. Such was the vague family legend. Escaped from what had not been specified. But he never went back. Not once. Reacher himself had been born more than 15 years later, by which time Laconia was a dead detail of the long-ago past, as remote as the Dakota Territory, where it was said some earlier ancestor had lived and worked. No one in the family ever went to either place. No visits. The grandparents died young and were rarely mentioned. There were apparently no aunts or uncles or cousins or any other kind of distant relatives, which was statistically unlikely and suggested a rift of some kind. But no one other than his father had any real information, and no one ever made any real attempt to get any from him. Certain things were not discussed in Marine families. Much later, as a captain in the Army, Reacher's brother Joe was posted north and said something about maybe trying to find the old family homestead, but nothing ever came of it. Probably Reacher himself had said the same kind of thing from time to time. He had never been there either. Left or right? His call. Portsmouth was better. It had highways and traffic and buses. It was a straight shot to Boston. San Diego beckoned. The Northeast was about to get cold. But what was one extra day? He stepped right and chose the fork in the road that led to Laconia. At that same late afternoon moment, nearly 30 miles away, heading south on a different back road, was a worn-out Honda Civic, driven by a 25-year-old man named Shorty Flack. Next to him in the passenger seat was a 25-year-old woman named Patty Sundstrom. They were boyfriend and girlfriend, both born and raised in St. Leonard, which was a small, faraway town in New Brunswick, Canada. Not much happened there. The biggest news in living memory was 10 years previously, when a truck carrying 12 million bees overturned on a curve. The local paper reported with pride that the accident was the first of its kind in New Brunswick. Patty worked in a sawmill. She was the granddaughter of a guy from Minnesota who had slipped north half a century earlier to beat the draft for Vietnam. Shorty was a potato farmer. His family had been in Canada forever, and he wasn't particularly short. Maybe he had been once, as a kid, but now he figured he was what any eyewitness would call an average-looking guy. They were trying to make it non-stop from St. Leonard to New York City, which by any standard was a hardcore drive. But they saw a big advantage in doing it. They had something to sell in the city, and saving a night in a hotel would maximize their profit. They had planned out their route, looping west to avoid the summer people heading home from the beaches, using back roads, Patty's blunt finger on a map, her gaze ranging ahead for turns and signs. They had timed it out on paper and figured it was a feasible course of action. Except they had gotten a later start than they would have liked, due a little bit to general disorganization, but mostly due to the Honda's aging battery not liking the newly crisp autumnal temperatures blowing in from the direction of Prince Edward Island. The delay put them in a long line at the U.S. border, and then the Honda started overheating and needed nursing along below 50 miles an hour for an extended spell. They were tired, and hungry, and thirsty, and in need of the bathroom, and late, and behind schedule, and frustrated. The Honda was overheating again. The needle was kissing the red. There was a grinding noise under the hood. Maybe the oil was low, no way of telling. All the dashboard lights had been on continuously for the last 2.5 years. Shorty asked, "What's up ahead?" Patty said, "Nothing." Her fingertip was on a wandering red line, which was labeled with a 3-digit number, and which was shown running north to south through a jagged shape shaded pale green, a forested area, which matched what was out the window. The trees crowded in, still and dark, laden down with heavy end-of-summer leaves. The map showed tiny red spiderweb lines here and there, like the veins in an old lady's leg, which were presumably all tracks to somewhere, but nowhere big. Nowhere likely to have a mechanic or a lube shop or radiator water. The best bet was about 30 minutes ahead, some ways east to south, a town with its name printed not too small and semi-bold, which meant it had to have at least a gas station. It was called Laconia. She said,
"Can we make another 20 miles?
Now the needle was all the way in the red.
"Maybe,"
Shorty said,
"if we walked the last 19 of them.
He slowed the car and rolled along on a whisker of gas, which generated less new heat inside the engine, but which also put less airflow through the radiator vanes, so the old heat couldn't get away so fast. So in the short term, the temperature needle kept on climbing. Patty rubbed her fingertip forward on the map, keeping pace with her estimate of their speed. There was a spiderweb vein coming up on the right, a thin track, curling through the green ink to somewhere about an inch away. Without the rush of air from her leaky window, she could hear the noises from the engine. Clunking, knocking, grinding. Getting worse. Then up ahead on the right, she saw the mouth of a narrow road. The spiderweb vein, right on time. But more like a tunnel than a road. It was dark inside. The trees met overhead. At the entrance, on a frost-heaved post, was nailed a board, on which were screwed ornate plastic letters and an arrow pointing into the tunnel. The letters spelled the word motel.
"Should we?"
she asked. The car answered. The temperature needle was jammed against the stop. Shorty could feel the heat in his shins. The whole engine bay was baking. For a second, he wondered what would happen if they kept on going instead. People talked about automobile engines blowing up and melting down, which were figures of speech, surely. There would be no actual puddles of molten metal. No actual explosions would take place. It would just conk out peacefully, or seize up. It would coast gently to a stop. But in the middle of nowhere, with no passing traffic and no cell signal.
"No choice,"
he said, and braked and steered and turned into the tunnel. Up close, they saw the plastic letters on the sign had been painted gold, with a narrow brush and a steady hand, like a promise, like the motel was a high-class place. There was a second sign, identical, facing drivers coming the other way.
"Okay,"
Shorty said. The air felt cold in the tunnel, easily 10 degrees colder than the main drag. Last fall's leaf litter and last winter's mud were mashed together on the shoulders.
"Okay?"
Shorty asked again. They drove over a wire laid across the road, a fat rubbery thing, not much smaller than a garden hose, like they had at gas stations to ding a bell in the kiosk to get the pump jockey out to help you. Patty didn't answer. Shorty said,
"How bad can it be? It's marked on the map." "The track is marked."
"The sign was nice."
"I agree," Patty said. "It was."
They drove on. Chapter 2. The trees cooled and freshened the air, so Reacher was happy to keep up a steady 4 miles an hour, which for his length of leg was exactly 88 beats a minute, which was exactly the tempo of a whole bunch of great music, so it was easy time to pass. He did 30 minutes, 2 miles, 7 classic tracks in his head. And then he heard real sounds behind him and turned around to see an ancient pickup coming crabwise towards him, as if each of the wheels wanted to go in a different direction. Reacher stuck out his thumb. The truck stopped. An old guy with a long white beard leaned across inside and wound down the passenger window. He said,
I'm going to Laconia.
Me too, Reacher said.
Well, okay.
Reacher got in and wound the window back up. The old guy pulled out and wobbled back up to speed. He said,
I guess this is the part where you tell me I need new tires.
It's a possibility, Reacher said.
But at my age, I try to avoid large capital expenditures. Why invest in the future? Do I even have one?
That argument is more circular than your tires.
Actually, the frame is bent. I was in a wreck.
When?
Close on 23 years ago.
So this is normal to you now?
Keeps me awake.
How do you know where to point the steering wheel?
You get used to it. Like sailing a boat. Why are you going to Laconia?
I was passing by, Reacher said. My father was born there. I want to see it.
What's your last name?
Reacher. The old guy shook his head. He said,
I never knew anyone in Laconia named Reacher.
The reason for the previous Y-shaped fork on the road turned out to be a lake, wide enough to make north-south drivers pick a side, right bank or left bank. Reacher and the old guy squirmed and shuddered along the right bank, which was mechanically stressful but visually beautiful, because the view was stunning and the sun was less than an hour from setting. Then came the town of Laconia itself. It was a bigger place than Reacher expected, 15 or 20,000 people, a county seat, solid and prosperous. There were brick buildings and neat old-fashioned streets. The low red sun made them look like they were in an old-time movie. The squirming pickup truck wobbled to a stop at a downtown corner. The old guy said,
This is Laconia.
Reacher said, How much has it changed?
Round here, not much.
I grew up thinking it was smaller than this.
Most people remember things bigger.
Reacher thanked the guy for the ride and got out and watched the truck squeal away, each tire insisting the other three were wrong. Then he turned away and walked random blocks, getting a sense for what might be where. In particular, 2 specific destinations for start of business the next day, and 2 for immediate attention that evening. The first being a place to eat, and the second being a place to sleep. Both were available, in a historic downtown kind of way. Healthy food, no place more than 2 tables wide. No motels in town, but plenty of inns and plenty of bed and breakfasts. He ate at a narrow bistro because a waitress smiled at him through the window after a moment of embarrassment when she brought his order, which was some kind of salad with roast beef in it, which was the menu choice he felt would be most nutritious. But when it came, it was tiny. He asked for a second order and a bigger plate. At first, the waitress misunderstood. She thought there was something wrong with the first order, or the size of the plate, or both. Then she caught on. He was hungry. He wanted 2 portions. She asked if there was anything else he needed. He asked for a bigger cup for his coffee. Afterwards, he tracked back to lodgings he had seen on a side street near the city offices. There was room at the inn. Vacation time was over. He paid a premium price for what the innkeeper called a suite, but what he called a room with a sofa and way too many floral patterns and feather pillows. He shoveled a dozen off the bed and put his pants under the mattress to press. Then he took a long hot shower and climbed under the covers and went to sleep. The tunnel through the trees turned out to be more than 2 miles long. Patty Sundstrom traced its curves with her finger on the map. Under the Honda's wheels was grayed and pitted blacktop, the finished surface completely washed away in places by runoff water, leaving shallow potholes the size of pool tables, some of them bare-ribbed concrete, some of them graveled, some of them full of leaf mold slop still wet from springtime, because overhead the leafy canopy was thick and unbroken, apart from one spot where no trees grew for 20-some yards. There was a bar of bright pink open sky, maybe a narrow seam of different dirt, or a sudden underground escarpment of solid rock, or a hydraulic oddity with no groundwater, or too much. Then the sliver of sky was behind them. They were back in the tunnel. Shorty Fleck was going slow, to save the shocks and nurse the motor. He wondered if he should put his headlights on. Then the canopy thinned for a second time, with the promise of more to come, like a big clearing was on its way, like they were arriving somewhere. What they saw was the road ahead coming out of the trees and running in a straight line through a couple acres of flat grassland, the thin gray ribbon suddenly naked and exposed in the last of the daylight. Its destination was a group of 3 substantial wooden buildings, laid out one after the other on a sweeping right-hand curve, maybe 50 yards between the first and the last. All 3 were painted dull red with bright white trim. Set against the green grass, they looked like classic New England structures. The closest building was a motel, like a picture in a kid's book, like learning your ABCs. M is for motel. It was long and low, made of dull red boards, with a pitched roof of gray asphalt shingle and a red neon office sign in the first window, and then a louvered door for storage, and then a repeating pattern of a broad window with an HVAC grill and 2 plastic lawn chairs under it, and a numbered door, and another broad window with the same grill and the same chairs, and another numbered door, and so on, all the way to the end. There were 12 rooms in total, all in a line. But there were no cars parked out front of any of them. Looked like 0 occupancy. "Okay," Shorty said. Patty didn't answer. He stopped the car. In the distance on the right, they saw the second building was shorter from end to end, but much taller and deeper from front to back. Some kind of barn. But not for animals. The concrete ramp to the door was conspicuously clean. There was no shit, to put it bluntly. It was a workshop of some kind. Out front were 9 quad bike ATVs, like regular motorcycles, but with 4 fat tires instead of 2 slicks. They were lined up in 3 ranks of 3, with exact precision.
"Maybe they're Hondas," Patty said. "Maybe these guys would know how to fix the car."
On the end of the line, the third building was a regular house, of plain construction but generous size, with a wraparound porch, which had rocking chairs set out on it. Shorty rolled the car forward and stopped again. The blacktop was about to end, 10 yards short of the motel's empty lot. He was about to bump down onto an owner-maintained surface that his expert potato farmer eye told him was made up of equal parts gravel, mud, dead weeds, and live weeds. He saw at least 5 species he would rather not have in his own dirt. The end of the blacktop felt like a threshold, like a decision. "Okay," he said again.
"The place is empty," Patty said. "There are no guests. How weird is that?"
"The season is over."
"Like flicking a switch?"
"You're always complaining about it."
"It's the middle of nowhere."
"It's a getaway vacation. No hustle, no bustle." Patty was quiet a long moment. Then she said,
"I guess it looks okay."
Shorty said, "I think it's this or nothing." She traced the motel structure left to right, the plain proportions, the solid roof, the heavy boards, the recent stain. Necessary maintenance had been performed, but nothing flashy.
"Living at home with his parents, James and Elizabeth Reacher, somewhere in Laconia. Is that a fair summary?"
"That could be chapter 1 of my biography."
"I'm pretty sure the computer goes back more than 80 years now," she said. "But for property taxes that old, it might just be a list of names, I'm afraid."
She turned a key and opened a lid in the countertop. Under it was a keyboard and a screen, safe from thieves while unattended. She pressed a button and looked away.
"Booting up,"
she said. Which were words he had heard before, in a technological context, but to him they sounded military, as if infantry companies were lacing tight ahead of a general advance. She clicked and scrolled and scrolled and clicked.
Yes, she said. 80 years ago is just an index, with file numbers. If you want detail, you need to request the actual physical document from storage. Usually that takes a long time, I'm afraid.
How long?
Sometimes 3 months.
Are there names and addresses in the index?
Yes.
Then that's really all we need.
I guess so. If all you want to do is take a look at the house.
That's all I'm planning to do.
Aren't you curious?
About what?
Their lives. Who they were and what they did.
Not 3 months worth of curious.
Okay, then names and addresses are all we need.
If the house is still there, he said. Maybe someone tore it down. Suddenly, 80 years sounds like a real long time.
Things change slowly here, she said.
She clicked again and scrolled, fast at first, scooting down through the alphabet, and then slowly, peering at the screen, through what Reacher assumed was the R section, and then back up again, just as slowly, peering just as hard. Then down and up again fast, as if trying to shake something loose. She said,
No one named Reacher owned property in Laconia 80 years ago.
Chapter 4. Patty Sundstrom also woke again at 8 in the morning, later than she would have liked, but finally she had succumbed to exhaustion, and she had slept deeply for almost 5 more hours. She sensed the space in the bed next to her was empty. She rolled over and saw the door was open. Shorty was out in the lot. He was talking to one of the motel guys. Maybe Peter, she thought, the guy who looked after the quad bikes. They were standing next to the Honda. Its hood was up. The sun was bright. She slipped out of bed and crept bent over to the bathroom, so Peter or whoever it was by the Honda wouldn't see. She showered and dressed in the same clothes, because she hadn't brought enough for an extra day. She came out of the bathroom. She was hungry. The door was still open. The sun was still bright. Now Shorty was there on his own. The other guy had gone. She stepped out and said,
Good morning.
Car won't start, Shorty said. The guy messed with it and now it's dead. It was okay last night.
It was not okay exactly.
It started last night, now it won't. The guy must have messed it up.
What did he do?
He poked around some. He had a wrench and a pair of pliers. I think he made it worse.
Was it Peter? The guy that looks after the quad bikes?
So he says. If it's true, good luck to him. Probably that's why they need 9 bikes in the first place, to make sure they always have one that works.
The car started last night because it was hot. Now it's cold. That makes a difference.
You're a mechanic now?
Are you?
She said. I think the guy broke something.
And I think he's trying to help us the best he can. We should be grateful.
For getting our car broken?
It was already broken.
It started last night, first turn of the key. She said.
Did you have a problem with the room door?
He said. When?
When you came out this morning.
What kind of problem?
I wanted some air in the night, but I couldn't get it open. It was jammed.
I didn't have a problem, Shorty said. It opened right up. 50 yards away, they saw Peter come out of the barn with a brown canvas bag in his hand. It looked heavy. Tools, Patty thought, to fix their car. She said,
Shorty Fleck, now you listen to me. These gentlemen are trying to help us, and I want you to act like you appreciate it. At the very minimum, I don't want you to give them a reason to stop helping us before they're finished. Do I make myself clear?
Jesus, he said. You're acting like this is my fault or something.
Yeah, something,
she said. And then she shut up and waited for Peter with the bag of tools, who clanked up to them with a cheerful smile, as if he was just itching to clap the dust off his hands and get straight to work. She said,
Thanks so much for your help.
He said, "No problem at all.
I hope it's not too complicated.
Right now, it's dead as a doornail, which is usually electrical. Maybe a wire melted.
Can you fix that?
We could splice in a replacement, just enough to bypass the bad part. Sooner or later, you would want to get it properly repaired. It's the kind of thing that could shake loose eventually.
How long does it take to splice?
First, we need to find where it melted. The engine started last night," Shorty said. "Then we ran it 2 minutes and shut it off again. It got cooler and cooler all night long. How would anything melt?" Peter said nothing.
He's just asking, Patty said, in case the melting thing is a wild goose chase. We wouldn't want to take up more of your time than we had to. It's very nice of you to help us.
"It's okay," Peter said. "It's a reasonable question. When you stop the engine, you also stop the radiator fan and the water pump. So there's no forced cooling and no circulation. The hottest water rises passively to the top of the cylinder head. Surface temperatures can actually get worse in the first hour. Maybe there was a wire touching the metal." He ducked under the hood and pondered a moment. He traced circuits with his finger, checking the wires, tugging things, tapping things. He looked at the battery. He used a wrench to check the clamps were tight in the posts. He backed out and said, "Try it one more time." Shorty put his butt on the seat and kept his feet on the ground. He twisted to face front and put his hand on the key. He looked up. Peter nodded. Shorty turned the key. Nothing happened. Nothing at all. Not even a click or a whir or a cough. Turning the key was the same thing as not turning it. Inert, dead as a doornail. Dead as the deadest thing that ever died. Elizabeth Castle looked up from her screen and focused on nothing much, as if running through a number of possible scenarios and the consequent next steps in all the different circumstances. Starting, Reacher assumed, with him being an idiot and getting the town wrong. Apprentices or helpers. There were blacksmiths and brick masons and engine hostlers and ladlers and pourers and smelter boys. There were no Reachers. Not in Laconia, New Hampshire. The year Stan was 2. He wheeled his way back to the top and started again, this time paying particular attention to the dependent children column. Maybe there'd been a gruesome accident, and orphan baby Stan had been taken in by unrelated but kindly neighbors. Maybe they had noted his birth name as a tribute. There were no dependent children separately identified as Stan Reacher. Not in Laconia, New Hampshire, the year he was supposed to be 2. Reacher found the place in the top left of the screen with the 3 little buttons, red, orange, green, like a tiny traffic signal laid on its side. He clicked twice on red, and the document went away. He opened up the right-hand icon, and he found the 16th census. Different secretary, different director, but the same substantial improvements since the last time around. Then came the lists, now just 80 years old instead of 90. The difference faintly discernible, with more jobs in factories and fewer on the land. But still no Reachers. Not in Laconia, New Hampshire, the year Stan Reacher was supposed to be 12. He clicked twice on the little red button, and the document went away. Chapter 5. Shorty tried the key one more time, but again nothing happened. There was nothing but a soft mechanical click, which was just the physical key itself turning inside the barrel on the steering column. A soft little click no one ever heard, because normally it was drowned out instantly by the sounds of a car bursting into life. Same thing with the click of a trigger, ahead of a gunshot. But not that morning. The Honda felt dead, like a sick old dog gone in the night. A whole different condition, no response at all. Some kind of charge gone out of it. Patty said,
I think we better call a mechanic.
Peter looked over her shoulder. She turned, and she saw the other 3 guys walking up towards them. from the house or the barn. The main man was in the lead, as always. Mark, who had checked them in the night before, who had invited them to dinner, the guy with the smile. Behind him was Stephen and then Robert. They arrived, and Mark said, "How are we doing this morning?" Peter said, "Not great." "What's wrong with it?" "Can't tell. It's dead as a doornail. I guess something fried."
We should call a mechanic, Patty said. We don't want to take up any more of your time.
"It started last night," Shorty said. "First turn of the key." Mark smiled and said, "Yes, it did." "Now it's dead. Just saying. I know this car. I've had it a long time. It has good days and bad days, but it never dies." Mark was quiet for a long moment. Then he smiled again and said, "I'm not sure what you're suggesting."
Maybe poking around in there made it worse.
"You think Peter broke it?"
"Something did, between last night and right now. That's all I'm saying. Maybe it was Peter and maybe it wasn't. Doesn't even matter anymore. Because the thing is, you guys poking around in there is pretty much the same thing as you guys assuming responsibility for it. Because you're a motel. I'm sure there are innkeeper laws. Safekeeping a guest property, all that kind of issue."
Again, Mark went quiet.
"He doesn't mean it," Patty said. "He's upset is all."
Mark just shook his head, hardly moving at all, as if he was shrugging off the smallest of things. He looked at Shorty and said, "Stress is a hard thing to deal with, I agree. I think we all know that. But equally, I think we all know the smart play here is to establish a minimum amount of courtesy in all our mutual dealings. Wouldn't you say? A little respect, maybe a little humility, too. Maybe a little acceptance of responsibility. Your car hasn't been well looked after, has it?" Shorty didn't answer. "The clock is ticking," Mark said. "Midday is on its way. Which is when last night becomes tonight in the motel business, at which time you will owe us another $50, which I can see in Patty's face you don't want to pay, or can't pay, so a speedy reply would help you much more than it would help me. But fast or slow, the choice is yours." Patty said,
"Okay, our car is not well maintained."
"Hey," Shorty said.
"Well, it isn't," she said. "I bet this is the first time the hood was up since you bought it."
"I didn't buy it, I got given it."
"Who by?"
"My uncle."
"Then I bet this is the first time the hood was up since it left the factory."
Shorty said nothing. Mark looked at him and said, "Patty sees things from a third-party perspective, which implies a measure of objectivity. So I'm sure she's absolutely right. I'm sure it's that simple. You're a busy man. Who has the time? Some things get neglected."
"I guess,"
Shorty said. "But you need to say it out loud. We need to hear it from your own lips, in your own words."
"What?"
"So we can all get off on the right foot."
"The right foot of what?"
"We need to establish a friendly relationship, Mr. Fleck."
"Why?"
"Well, for instance, last night we fed you dinner. And also, for instance, about an hour from now, you're going to ask us to feed you breakfast. Because what other choice do you have? All we ask in return is that you give as well as take."
"Give what?"
"An honest account of your own part in your predicament."
"What for?"
"It would be like putting some chips on the table, I suppose. At the start of the game. It would be like an emotional stake in our friendly relationship. We opened ourselves to you when we had you at our table, and now we ask that you return the favor."
"We don't want breakfast."
"Not even coffee?"
"We can get water from the bathroom tap, if that's okay with you."
"You'll ask us to feed you lunch. Pride can make you skip one meal, but not two."
"Just give us a ride to town. We'll send a tow truck for the car."
"A ride to town is not on offer."
"Then call a mechanic for us."
"We will," Mark said. "Immediately after you've spoken."
"Well, you want a public confession?"
"Do you have something to confess?"
I guess I could have done better, Shorty said. Some guy told me Japanese motors could take it, like you could skip a year. And then I guess some years I couldn't remember what year I was up to. So overall, I guess some years got missed that shouldn't have.
Only some?
Maybe all of them. Like you said, I didn't have the time.
Good policy in the short term.
It was easiest.
But not in the long term.
I guess not,
Shorty said. A mistake, in fact.
I guess so.
That's the part we want you to say out loud, Mr. Fleck. We want to hear you say you made a dumb mistake that is causing all kinds of people all kinds of trouble. And we want to hear you say you're sorry about that, to Patty especially, who we think is being touchingly loyal. You've got a good one there, Mr. Fleck.
I guess so.
We need to hear you say it out loud.
About Patty?
About the mistake. No response. Mark said, "A moment ago, machine like a piece of shit and then set out on a long, important journey without so much as kicking the tires? It was you that did all that, Mr. Fleck, not us. All we're trying to do is make that clear." No response. The sun was bright. It was hot on the top of Patty's head.
She said, "Just say it, Shorty. It won't be the end of the world."
Shorty said,
"Okay. I made a dumb mistake that is causing all kinds of people all kinds of trouble. I apologize to all concerned."
"Thank you," Mark said. "Now we'll go call a mechanic." Reacher walked back the way he had come, past the stores with the bags and the shoes and the wares, past the place he had picked out for lunch, past the place he had spent the night, back to the records department, inside the city offices. The waist-high counter was once again unattended. He rang the bell for service. There was a short delay, and then Elizabeth Castle came in.
"Oh,"
she said.
"Hello again."
"Hello," he said.
"Any luck?"
"Not so far," he said. "They weren't in either census."
"You sure you got the right town? Or state even? There could be a Laconia somewhere else. New Mexico or New York or New Jersey. There are a lot of end states."
8, Reacher said, "between New and North and Nevada and Nebraska." "Why not?" "I was born with a rare condition. It has a long and complicated name. It meant I had no shin bone. Everything else was there. So you've had a lifetime of practice. I'm not looking for sympathy. You're not getting any, but even so, you're doing okay. Your walk is close to perfect." "Thank you," Carrington said. "Tell me about being a cop." "It was a good job while it lasted." "You saw the effect of crime on families." "Sometimes." "Your dad joined the Marines at 17, Carrington said. "Gotta be a reason." Patty Sundstrom and Shorty Fleck sat outside their room in the plastic lawn chairs under the window. They watched the mouth of the track through the trees and waited for the mechanic to come. He didn't. Shorty got up and tried the Honda one more time. Sometimes leaving a thing switched off for a spell fixed it. He had a TV set like that. About one time in 3, it came on with no sound. He had to shut it down and try again. He turned the key. Nothing happened. On, off, on, off. Silently. No difference at all. He went back to his lawn chair. Patty got up and took all their maps from the glove box. She carried them back to her own chair and spread them out on her knee. She found their current location at the end of the inch-long spiderweb vein in the middle of the pale green shape, the forested area, which seemed to average about 5 miles across and maybe 7 from top to bottom. The tip of the spiderweb vein was off-center in the space, 2 miles from the eastern limit but 3 from the western. It was about equal north and south. The green shape had a faint line around it, as if it was all one property. Maybe the motel owned the forest. There was nothing much beyond it, except the two-lane road they had turned off, which wandered east and south to the town with its name printed semi-bold, Laconia, New Hampshire. Nearer 30 miles away than 20. Her guess the day before had been optimistic. She said,
Maybe the best bet will be what you said. We should forget the car and get a ride in a tow truck. Laconia is near I-93. We could hitch a ride to the Cloverleaf, or take a taxi even. For less money than another night here, probably. If we can get to Nashua or Manchester, we can get to Boston, and then we can get the cheap bus to New York. I'm sorry about the car, Shorty said. I mean it. No use crying over spilt milk. Maybe the mechanic can fix it. It might be easy. I don't get how it can be so dead. Maybe there's a loose connection, simple as that. I had a radio once, wouldn't light up at all. I was banging and banging on it, and then I saw the plug had fallen out of the wall. It felt the same kind of dead. They heard footsteps in the dirt. Stephen stepped around the corner and walked towards them. He passed room 12 and 11 and came to a stop. Come to lunch, he said. Don't take what Mark said to heart. He's upset, that's all. He really wants to help you, and he can't. He thought Peter would fix it in 2 minutes. He got frustrated. He likes things to turn out right for everybody. Shorty said, When is the mechanic coming? I'm afraid we haven't called him yet, Stephen said. The phone has been down all morning. Chapter 7. Reacher left Carrington in the garden and walked back to the city office. He pressed the record department's bell, and a minute later Elizabeth Castle came in through the door. He said, You told me to check back. She said, Did you find Carter? He seems like a nice guy. I don't see why you wouldn't want to date him. Excuse me? When I wondered if he was your boyfriend, and you were incredulous. That he would want to date me. He's Laconia's most eligible bachelor. He could have anyone he wants. I'm sure he has no idea who I am. What did he tell you? That my grandparents were either poor or thieves or poor thieves. I'm sure they weren't. Reacher said nothing. She said, Although I know both those things were frequent reasons. Either one is a possibility, he said. We don't need to walk on eggs. Probably they didn't register to vote either. Would they have had driver's licenses? Not if they were poor. Not if they were thieves either. Not in their real names, anyway. Your dad must have had a birth certificate. He must be on paper somewhere. The customer door from the corridor opened, and Carter Carrington stepped inside, with his suit and his smile and his unruly hair. He saw Reacher and said, Hello again. Not surprised at all, as if he had expected no one else. Then he turned towards the counter and stuck out his hand and said, You must be Ms. Castle. Elizabeth, she said. Carter Carrington. Really pleased to meet you. Thanks for sending this gentleman my way. He has an interesting situation. Because his dad is missing from 2 consecutive counts. Exactly. Which feels deliberate. As long as we're sure we're looking at the right town. We are, Reacher said. I saw it written down a dozen times. Laconia, New Hampshire. Interesting, Carrington said. Then he looked Elizabeth Castle in the eye and said, We should have lunch sometime. I liked the way you saw the thing with the 2 counts. I'd like to discuss it more. She didn't answer. Anyway, keep me in the loop, he said. She said, We figure he must have had a birth certificate. Almost certainly, he said. What was his date of birth? Reacher paused a beat. He said, This is gonna sound weird. In this context, I mean. Why? Sometimes he wasn't sure. What does that mean? Sometimes he said June, and sometimes he said July. Was there an explanation for that? He said he couldn't remember because birthdays weren't important to him. He didn't see why he should be congratulated for getting another year closer to death. That's bleak. He was a Marine. What did the paperwork say? July. Carrington said nothing.
Reacher said, "What?" "Nothing. I already agreed with Ms. Castle we don't need to walk on eggs." A child uncertain of its birth date is a classic symptom of dysfunction within a family. "Theoretically," Reacher said. "Anyway, birth records are in date order. Could take some time if you're not sure. Better to find another avenue." "Such as?" "The police blotter, maybe. And not to be insensitive, purely as a percentage play. If nothing else, it would be nice to eliminate the possibility. I don't want them to be hiding from the law any more than you do. I want a more interesting reason than that. And it won't take long to find out. As of now, our police department is computerized back about 1,000 years. They spent a fortune. Homeland Security money, not ours, but still. They also built a statue of the first chief." "Who should I go see?" "I'll call ahead. Someone will meet you at the desk." "How cooperative will they be?" "I'm the guy who decides whether the city goes to bat for them. When they do something wrong, I mean. So they'll be plenty cooperative. But wait until after lunch. You'll get more time that way." Patty Sundstrom and Shorty Fleck went to lunch over at the big house. It was an awkward meal. Shorty was by turns stiff and sheepish. Peter was silent. Either offended or disappointed, Patty couldn't tell. Robert and Stephen's events of the morning had never occurred. He seemed determined to find solutions to their problems. He apologized to them over and over about the phone. He made them listen to the dead handset, as if to share his burden. He said he was concerned people would be worried about them, either back home or at their destination. Were they missing appointments? Were there people they needed to call? Patty said,
No one knows we're gone.
"Really?"
They would have tried to talk us out of it.
"Out of what?"
It's boring up there. Shorty and I want something different.
"Where do you plan to go?"
Florida," she said. "We want to start our own business there.
"What kind of business?"
Something on the ocean. Water sports, maybe. Like windsurfer rentals."
"You would need capital," Mark said, "to buy the windsurfers." Patty looked away and thought about the suitcase. Shorty asked,
"How long will the phone be out?"
Mark asked back, "What am I, clairvoyant?"
I mean, usually, on average."
"They usually fix it in half a day. And the mechanic is a good friend. We'll ask him to put us first in line. You could be back on the road before dinner time."
"What if it takes longer than half a day?"
"Then it just does, I guess. I can't control it."
"Honestly, the best thing would be just give us a ride to town. Best for us and best for you. We'd be out of your hair."
"But your car would still be here."
"We would send a tow truck."
"Would you?"
"From the first place we saw."
"Could we trust you?"
"I promise I would take care of it."
"Okay. But you have to admit, you haven't proved 100% reliable about taking care of things so far."
"I promise we would send a truck."
"But suppose you didn't? We're running a business here. We would be stuck with getting rid of your car, which might be difficult, because strictly speaking, it isn't ours to get rid of in the first place. There wouldn't be much we could do without a title. We couldn't donate it. We couldn't even sell it for scrap. No doubt pursuing alternatives would cost us time and money. But needs must. We couldn't have it here forever, dirtying up the place. Nothing personal. A business like ours is all about image and curb appeal. It needs to entice, not repel. A rusty old wreck of a car front and center would send the wrong message. No offense. I'm sure you understand."
"You could come with us to the tow company," Shorty said. "You could drive us there first. You could watch us make the arrangements like a witness."
Mark nodded, eyes down, now a little sheepish himself. "Good answer," he said. "The truth is, we're a little embarrassed ourselves at the moment when it comes to rides to town. The investment in this place was enormous. 3 of us sold our cars. We kept Peter's to share, because as it happened, it was the oldest and therefore the least valuable. It wouldn't start this morning, just like yours. Maybe it's something in the air. But in practical terms, as of right now, I'm afraid we're all stuck here together. Reacher ate at the place he had picked out earlier, which served upscale but recognizable dishes in a pleasant room with tablecloths. He had a burger piled high with all kinds of extras and a slice of apricot pie with black coffee throughout. Then he set out for the police station. He found it right where Carrington said it would be. The public lobby was tall and tiled and formal. There was a civilian desk worker behind a mahogany reception counter. Reacher gave her his name and told her Carter Carrington had promised he would call ahead and arrange for someone to speak with him. The woman was on the phone even before he got through the first part of Carrington's name. Clearly, she had been warned he was coming. She asked him to take a seat, but he stood instead and waited. Not long, as it turned out. 2 detectives pushed through a pair of double doors, a man and a woman. Both looked like solid professionals. At first, Reacher assumed they weren't for him. He was expecting a file clerk. But they walked straight towards him, and when they arrived, the man said, "Mr. Reacher, I'm Jim Shaw, Chief of Detectives. I'm very pleased to meet you." The Chief of Detectives? Very pleased. They'll be plenty cooperative, Carrington had said. He wasn't kidding. Shaw was a heavy guy in his 50s, maybe 5'10", with a lined Irish face and a shock of red hair. Anyone within 100 miles of Boston would have made him as a cop. He was like a picture in a book. "I'm very pleased to meet you, too," Reacher said.
I'm Detective Brenda Amos,
The woman said.
Happy to help. Anything you need.
Her accent was from the South, a drawl but no longer honeyed. It was roughed up by exposure. She was 10 years younger than Shaw, maybe 5'6", and slender. She had blonde hair and cheekbones and sleepy green eyes that said, "Don't mess with me." "Ma'am, thank you," he said. "But really, this is no kind of a big deal. I don't know exactly what Mr. Carrington told you, but all I need is some ancient history, which probably isn't there anyway. From 80 years ago. It's not even a cold case." Shaw said, "Mr. Carrington mentioned you were an MP." "Long ago." "That buys you 10 minutes with a computer. That's all it's going to take." They led him back through thigh-high mahogany gates to an open area full of plainclothes people sitting face-to-face at paired desks. The desks were loaded with phones and flat screens and keyboards and wire baskets of paper, like any office anywhere, except for a weary air of grime and burden that made it unmistakably a cop shop. They turned a corner into a corridor with offices either side. They stopped at the third on the left. It was Amos's. She ushered Reacher in, and Shaw said goodbye and walked on, as if all appropriate courtesies had been observed and his job was therefore done. Amos followed Reacher inside and closed the door. The outer structure of the office was old and traditional, but everything in it was sleek and new. Desk, chairs, cabinets, computer. Amos said,
How can I help you?
He said, "I'm looking for the surname Reacher in old police reports from the 1920s and 30s and 40s.
Relatives of yours?
My grandparents and my father. Carrington thinks they dodged the census because they had federal warrants."
This is a municipal department. We don't have access to federal records.
"They might have started small. Most people do." Amos pulled the keyboard close and started tapping away. She asked,
Were there any alternative spellings?
He said, "I don't think so."
First names?
James, Elizabeth, and Stan.
Jim, Jimmy, Jamie, Liz, Lizzie, Beth?
I don't know what they called each other. I never met them.
Was Stan short for Stanley?
I never saw that. It was always just Stan.
Any known aliases?
Not known to me. She typed some more and clicked and waited. She didn't speak. He said, "I'm guessing you were an MP too."
What gave me away?
First, your accent. It's the sound of the U.S. Army. Mostly Southern, but a little mixed up. Plus, most civilian cops ask about what we did and how we did it, because they're professionally curious. But you aren't, most likely because you already know.
Guilty as charged.
How long you been out?
6 years, she said. You?
Longer than that.
What unit?
The 110th, mostly.
Nice,
She said.
Who was the CO when you were there?
I was, he said.
And now you're retired and into genealogy?
I saw a road sign, he said. That's all. I'm beginning to wish I hadn't. She looked back at the screen.
We have a hit, she said. From 75 years ago.
Chapter 8. Brenda Amos clicked twice and typed in a passcode. Then she clicked again and leaned forward and read out loud. She said,
Late one September evening in 1943, a youth was found unconscious on the sidewalk of a downtown Laconia street. He had been beaten up. He was identified as a local 20-year-old, already known to the police department as a loudmouth and a bully, but untouchable because he was the son of the local rich guy. Therefore, I guess there would have been much private celebration inside the department, but obviously for the sake of appearances, they had to open an investigation. They had to go through the motions. It says here they went house to house the next day, not expecting to get much. But actually, they got a lot. They got an old lady who had seen the whole thing through binoculars.
give it a go, so I unlocked it late. I thought if he got it open where she couldn't, she would somehow blame herself more than the door. Is there a fix for this? Mark asked. Forewarned is forearmed. I guess we need to concentrate harder. I guess we'll have to. We don't want to spook 'em too soon. How long before we make the final decision? Mark paused a long moment. Then he said, Make the final decision now if you like. Really? Why wait? I think we've seen enough. They're as good as we could ever hope to get. They're from nowhere, and no one knows they're gone. I think we're ready. I vote yes, Stephen said. Me too, Robert said. Me 3, Peter said. They're perfect. Robert clicked back to the live feed, and they saw Patty and Shorty in their lawn chairs on the boardwalk under their window, catching the wan rays of the afternoon sun. Unanimous, Mark said. All for one and one for all. Send the email. The screens changed again to a webmail page peppered with translations in foreign alphabets. Robert typed 4 words. Okay, he asked. Send it. He did. The message said, Room 10 is occupied. Chapter 9. Reacher said, I still don't get it. The birdwatcher lady supplied the ID on Stan, and Stan could have been leaned upon to ID his mysterious friend, surely. Just one extra step, one extra visit to his house, 5 minutes at most. That's no kind of a manpower problem. One guy could have done it on the way to the donut shop. Amos said,
Stan Reacher was listed as resident outside the jurisdiction. That's a whole lot of paperwork right there. All they had was typewriters back then. Plus, they must have figured he was likely to clam up anyway, no matter how hard they leaned on him. Which couldn't have been very hard in any case, because they would have been on foreign turf, probably with a local guy sitting in, and maybe lawyers or parents, too. Plus, they must have figured the mystery friend would be in the wind already and out of the state by then. Plus, they weren't shedding any tears for the victim anyway. No doubt the easy decision was to let it all go. Stan Reacher was resident outside of what jurisdiction? Laconia PD.
The story was he was born and grew up here.
Maybe he was born here in the hospital, but then maybe he grew up out of town on a farm or something.
I never got that impression.
In a nearby village, then. Close enough to be in the same birdwatching club as a woman living above a downtown grocery store. He would put Laconia as his birthplace because that's where the hospital was. And he would probably say he grew up in Laconia, too. Like shorthand for the general area as a whole. Like people say Chicago. even though a lot of the suburbs aren't technically in Chicago at all. Same thing with Boston.
The Laconia metro area, Reacher said.
Things were more dispersed back then. There were little mills and factories all over. Couple dozen workers in 4 flats. Maybe a one-room schoolhouse, maybe a church. All considered Laconia, no matter what the Postal Service had to say about it.
Try Reacher on its own, he said. No first names. Maybe I have cousins in the area. I could get an address. Amos pulled her keyboard close again and typed 7 letters and clicked. Reacher saw the screen change, reflected in her eyes.
Just one more hit, she said, more than 70-some years after the first. You must be a relatively law-abiding family.
She clicked again and read out loud.
About a year and a half ago, a patrol car responded to the county offices because a customer was causing a disturbance. Yelling, shouting, behaving in a threatening manner. The uniforms calmed him down, and he apologized, and it went no further. He gave his name as Mark Reacher, resident outside the jurisdiction.
Age?
Then 26.
He could be my distant nephew many times removed. What was he upset about?
He claimed a building permit was slow coming through. He claimed he was renovating a motel somewhere out of town.
After 30 minutes in the sun, Patty went inside to use the bathroom. On her way back, she stopped at the vanity opposite the end of the bed. She looked in the mirror and blew her nose. She balled up the tissue and lobbed it towards the trash can. She missed. She bent down to correct her error. She was Canadian. She saw a used cotton bud in the dent where the carpet met the wall. Not hers. She didn't use them. It was deep in the shadows, at the back of the knee hole under the vanity, beyond the legs of the stool. Imperfect housekeeping, no question, but understandable. Maybe even inevitable. Maybe it had been pressed deeper into its hiding place by the wheels of the vacuum cleaner itself. Except... She called out,
"Shorty, come take a look at this."
Shorty got up out of his chair and stepped in the room. He left the door wide open. Patty pointed. Shorty said,
"It's for cleaning your ears, or drying them. Maybe both. They have 2 ends. I've seen them in the drugstore." "Why is it there?" "Someone missed a trash can. Maybe it bounced off the rim and rolled out of sight. Happens all the time. The maids don't care." She said, "Go back to your lawn chair, Shorty."
He did. A long minute later, she joined him. He said,
"What did I do?"
She said,
"It's what you didn't do."
"What didn't I do?"
"You didn't think," she said. "Mark told us this is the first room they've refurbished so far. He said, in fact, they only just finished it. He asked us to do them the honor of being its very first guests. So why does it have a used cotton bud in it?"
Shorty nodded, slow but sure. He said,
"The story about their car was weird, too. Peter must be some kind of saboteur. When are they going to catch on? Why would they lie about the room? Maybe they didn't. Maybe a painter used the cotton bud to touch up a last-minute ding in a wood stain. That happens, too. Maybe when they moved the furniture in, hard to avoid. Now you think they're okay?" "Not about the car, no. If theirs wouldn't start this morning, why hadn't they already called the mechanic anyway?" "The phone was out." "Maybe not then. Maybe not first thing in the morning. We could have tagged on. We could have split the call-out charge. That would have made it more reasonable." "Shorty, forget the call-out charge, okay? This is more important. They're acting weird." "I told you that at the beginning. I thought you just didn't like them." "For a reason." "What are we going to do?"
Shorty glanced around. First at the mouth of the track through the trees, and then at the dead Honda's load space, where their suitcase was weighing down the springs. "I don't know," he said. "Maybe we could tow the car with a quad bike. Maybe the keys are in them. Or on a hook inside the barn." "We can't steal a quad bike." "It wouldn't be stealing, it would be borrowing.
We could tow the car 2 miles to the road and then bring the quad bike back again. Then what? All we would have is a dead car on the side of the road. Maybe a wrecker would come by. Or we could get any kind of ride and forget about the car. The county would come along and junk it sooner or later. Do we have a tow rope? Maybe there's one in the barn. I don't think a quad bike could be strong enough. We could use two, like tugboats pulling an ocean liner to the harbor mouth. That's crazy, Patty said. Okay, maybe we could use a quad bike to haul just a suitcase. You mean drag it along? I think they have a platform on the back. Too small. Then we could balance it on the gas tank and the handlebar. They won't like it if we leave our car here. Too bad. Do you even know how to drive a quad bike? Well, it can't be that hard. We would want to go slow anyway. And we couldn't fall off. Not like a regular motorbike. It's a possibility, Patty said. I suppose. Let's wait until after dinner, Shorty said. Maybe the phone is back on and the mechanic will show up and everything will work out fine. If not, we'll take a look at the barn after dark, okay? Patty didn't answer. They stayed where they were, slumped down in their lawn chairs, keeping the low sun on their faces. They left their room door wide open. 50 yards away, in the command center in the back parlor, Mark asked, "Who missed the cotton bud?" "All of us," Peter said. "We all checked the room, and we all signed off on it." "Then we all made a bad mistake. Now they're agitated. Way too soon. We need to pace this better." "He thinks it was the painter. She'll believe him eventually. She doesn't want to worry. She wants to be happy. She'll talk herself around. They'll calm down." "You think?" "Why would we lie about the room? There's no possible reason for it." Mark said, "Bring me a quad bike." Chapter 10. Reacher walked back to the fancy county office with the census scans and the $1,000,000 cubicles, and he found the same surly guy on duty at the desk. Once again, Reacher asked for 2 censuses, the first when Stan was 2 and the second when he was 12, but this time for the rest of the county that lay outside of Laconia's technical city limit. The guy said, "We can't do that." "Why not?" "You're asking for a donut shape, with a hole in the middle, which is Laconia, which you already saw, am I right?" "You got it in one." "That's not how the extracts are done. There are no donut shapes. You can have an area, or a bigger area, or a bigger still area, which would be the city, the county, and the state. But the bigger area always includes the smaller area all over again, and the bigger still area includes both of them all over again, which is logical if you think about it. There are no holes in the middle. The city is in the county, and the county is in the state." "Understood," Reacher said. "Thank you for the explanation. I'll take the whole county. Are you still a resident?" "You agreed I was this morning, and here I am again. Clearly I didn't leave town with all my worldly possessions. I would say my status as a resident is more secure than ever." "Cubicle 4, the guy said. Patty and Shorty heard an engine start up in the distance, deafening like a motorcycle, and they got up and walked to the corner to take a look. They saw Peter riding a quad bike back to the house. Now only 8 were neatly parked. "First turn of the key," Shorty said. "I hope they're all like that." "Way too noisy," Patty said, disappointed. "We can't do it. They would know." Peter parked at the distant house. He killed the engine and silence came back. He got off and went inside. Patty and Shorty went back to their lawn chairs. Shorty said, "The land is pretty flat around here." "Does that help us?" "We could push the quad bike, with the engine off, with the suitcase balanced on it. We could use it like a furniture dolly." "Could we?" "They can't be that heavy. You see people wheeling motorbikes all the time. We wouldn't even have to keep it upright, and there are 2 of us. I bet we could do it dead easy." 2 miles there and 2 miles back? which would leave the suitcase by the side of the road and us back here. So then we would have another 2 miles to walk. Altogether 6, 4 of them pushing a quad bike. It would take a good long time.
I figure about 3 hours, Shorty said.
Depends how fast we could push. We don't know yet.
Okay, call it 4 hours. We should time it to finish at dawn. Maybe we might see a farmer heading to market. There has to be traffic sometimes. So we should start in the middle of the night, which is good. They'll be asleep.
It's a possibility,
Patty said.
I suppose.
They heard the distant quad bike start up again, 50 yards away, then closer. It sounded like it was passing the barn and coming straight towards them. They stood up. The engine got loud, and the machine roared around the corner, with Mark riding it, scattering dirt. There was a cardboard carton strapped to the rack on the back. Mark braked to a stop and tapped the gear change into neutral and shut the motor down. He smiled his master of the universe smile. "Good news," he said. "The phone is back on. The mechanic will be here first thing in the morning. We were too late to get him today. But he knows what the problem is. He's seen it before. Apparently, there's an electronic chip close to where the heater hoses go through the back of the dashboard. The chip fries when the water in the hoses gets too hot. He's bringing a replacement chip he got from a wrecker's yard. He wants $5 for it, plus $50 for labor." "That's great," Shorty said. Patty said nothing. Mark said, "And I'm afraid I want another $50 for the room." There was silence for a second. Mark said, "Guys, I would love to tell you just forget it, but the bank could kick my ass. This is a business, I'm afraid. We have to take it seriously. And from your point of view, it's not so terrible. $100 for the motel and 50 some to fix your car, and you're out of here for less than $200 all in. Could have been a whole lot worse."
"Come take a look at this,"
Patty said. Mark climbed off the quad bike, and Patty led the way inside the room. She pointed down into the void under the vanity. Mark said, "What am I looking for?"
"You'll see."
He looked. He saw. He said, "Oh, dear." He bent down and came back up with the cotton bud. "I apologize most sincerely," he said. "This is unforgivable."
"Why did you tell us we were the first guests in this room?"
"What?"
"You made a big deal out of it."
"You are the first guests in this room, most definitely. This is something else entirely." "The painter?" Shorty said. "No."
"Then who?"
Patty asked. "The bank told us to improve our marketing. We hired a photographer to take pictures for a new brochure. He brought a model from Boston with him. We let her do her makeup in here because it's the nicest room. I suppose we were trying to impress her. She was very good looking. I thought we cleaned up after her. Obviously, we didn't succeed completely. Again, I apologize most sincerely."
"So do I," Patty said, "I guess, for jumping to conclusions. How'd the pictures come out?"
"She was dressed as a hiker. Very big boots and very short shorts. A hiker on a warm day, clearly, because her top wasn't huge either. The motel was behind her. It looked pretty good." Patty gave him 50 of her hard-earned bucks. She said,
"What do we owe you for the meals?"
"Nothing," Mark said. "That's the least we can do."
"Are you sure?"
"Absolutely. That's just housekeeping money. The bank doesn't see those numbers." He put the 50 bucks in the cotton bud in his pants pocket. He said, "And kinda on the same subject, I have something for you." He led the way out to the lot again, back to the quad bike, to the carton strapped to its rack. He said, "You are absolutely invited to dinner tonight, of course, and breakfast tomorrow. But equally, all of us would absolutely understand if you preferred to eat alone, just the two of you. Everyone knows making conversation can be stressful. We put together some ingredients for you. Either join us at the house or help yourselves from the box. No pressure either way." He undid the straps and hefted the box in his arms. He half-turned and slid it into Shorty's waiting hands.
"Thank you,"
Patty said. Mark just smiled and climbed aboard the quad bike and started up its ferocious engine. He turned a wide circle in the stony lot and disappeared around the corner, heading back to the house. Cubicle 4 was the same as Cubicle 2, except in a different place. Otherwise, it was identical. It had the same tweed chair and a flat screen and a sharpened pencil and a pad of paper with the county name at the top like a hotel brand. The flat screen was already lit up blue, with 2 icons already top right, like stamps on a letter, the same as before. Reacher double-clicked on the first and saw the same battleship gray background and a title page and the same government writing, saying all the same things he had seen before, except for the center line, which said this time the returns were extracted for the county as a whole. He scrolled down, with the wheel between the mouse's shoulder blades. The same introduction was there, with the same long disquisition about improvements in methodology. He skipped it all and went straight to the list of names. He got a rhythm going, flicking at the wheel with the tip of his finger, using some kind of elastic inbuilt momentum, spooling through the A section and the B section and the C section, then speeding to a blur, and then letting the list settle in slow and come to a stop among a short run of Q names. There was a Quaid family and a Quail and a Quattlebaum and 2 queens. He rolled on to the R section. And there they were, near the top. James Reacher, male, white, 26 years old, a tin mill foreman, and his wife, Elizabeth Reacher, female, white, 24 years old, a bedsheet finisher. And their thus far only child, Stan Reacher, male, white, 2 years old. 2 years old in April, when the census was taken, which would make him 3 years old in the fall, which would make him 16 years old late on a September evening in 1943. Not 15. The old bird-watching lady was right. Reacher said, "Huh." He read on. Their address was given as a number in a street in a place called Ryantown. Their home was rented at a cost of $43 a month. They didn't own a radio set. They didn't work on a farm. James had been 22 and Elizabeth 20 when they married. Both could read and write. Neither had any Indian tribal affiliation. Reacher double-clicked on the tiny red traffic light at the top of the document, and the screen went back to the blue wash with the 2 postage stamps. He double-clicked on the second of them, and the census from 10 years later opened up. He scrolled down, swooping through most of the alphabet, once again rolling to a stop among the Q names. The Quaids were still there, and the Quails and the 2 Queen families, but the Quattlebaums had gone. The Reachers were still there. James, Elizabeth, and Stan, in that April, 36, 34, and 12 years old respectively. Apparently there had been no further children, no siblings for Stan. James had changed his employment to laborer on a county road grading crew, and Elizabeth was out of work altogether. Their address was the same, but the rent had dropped to $36. 7 years of depression had taken its toll, on workers and landlords alike. James and Elizabeth were still listed as literate, and Stan was in daily attendance at school. The household had acquired a radio set. Reacher wrote the address with the sharpened pencil on the top sheet of the branded notepaper, which he then tore off and folded up and stuck in his back pants pocket. Mark parked the quad bike back at the barn and walked on down to the house. The phone rang as soon as he got in the door. He picked it up and said his name, and a voice told him,
"There was a guy here, name of Reacher, checking out his family history. A big guy, pretty rough. He won't take no for an answer. So far he's looked at 4 different censuses. I think he's searching for an old address. Maybe he's a relative. I thought you should know."
Mark hung up without replying. Chapter 11. Reacher walked back to the city office and got there a half hour before the close of business. He went up to the records department and pressed the bell. A minute later, Elizabeth Castle came in. "I've found them," he said. "They lived beyond the city limit, which is why they didn't show up the first time around."
So no federal warrants.
Turned out they were relatively law-abiding.
Where did they live?
A place called Ryantown.
I'm not sure where that is.
That's a shame, because I came here especially to ask you.
I'm not sure I ever heard of it.
Can't be far away, because his birdwatching club was here in town. She took out her phone and did things to it with spread fingers. She showed him. It was a map, expanded. She spread her fingers some more, and smaller places popped into view. Then she moved the magnified image around, circling Laconia's boundary, examining the nearby hinterland. No Ryantown. "Try further out," he said.
How far would a kid go for a birdwatching club?
Maybe he had a bike. Maybe Ryantown was boring. The cops told me there were all kinds of little spots, each with a couple dozen families and not much else. Maybe it was a place like that.
It would still have birds, surely. Maybe more than here if it was quiet.
The cops said there were all kinds of mills and little factories. Maybe the atmosphere was smoky.
Okay. Wait,
She said. She started over with her phone, this time typing and tapping, not swooping around. Maybe a search engine or a local history site.
yes, she said. It was a tin mill. Belonged to a man named Marcus Ryan. He built worker accommodations and called the place Ryantown. The mill finally closed in the 1950s and the town died, such as it was to begin with. Everyone left and the name fell off the map.
Where was it?
Supposedly north and west of here,
She said. She dabbed the map back on her phone and spread and pinched and moved her fingers around.
About here, possibly.
She said. There was no name on the map, just a blank gray shape and a road. "Zoom out," he said. She did, and the gray shape receded to a pinprick, north and west of Laconia, maybe 8 miles out, between 10 and 11 on a clock face. It was one of many similar pinpricks, like busy planets around a sun, held close in by gravity or magnetism or some other kind of strong attraction. Like Detective Brenda Amos had predicted, for all practical purposes, Ryantown had been part of Laconia, no matter what the Postal Service said. The road that passed it by went onward towards nowhere in particular. It just meandered north and west, 10 or more miles, and then another 10 through a wood, and then onward. A back road, like the one he had been on with the guy in the Subaru. He could picture it. He said, "I guess there won't be a bus."
You could rent a car,
She said,
there are places here in town.
"I don't have a driver's license."
I don't think a cab would want to go out there.
8 miles, he thought. "I'll walk," he said. "But not now. It would be dark as soon as I got there. Tomorrow, maybe. You want to get dinner tonight?"
What?
"Dinner," he said. "The third meal of the day, generally eaten in the evening. Can be functional or social or sometimes both."
I can't,
She said.
I'm having dinner with Carter Carrington tonight.
Shorty carried the cardboard carton into the room and placed it on the dresser in front of the TV screen. Then he sat with Patty, side by side in their lawn chairs, through the last of the afternoon sun. She didn't talk. She was thinking. She often was. He knew the signs. He guessed she was processing the information she had received, examining it, turning it this way and that, until she was satisfied. Which would be soon, he thought. Surely. He really didn't see much of a problem anymore. The thing with the cotton bud had a simple explanation. And the phone was back on. The mechanic was coming first thing in the morning. Total damage, less than $200. A drag for sure, but not a disaster. Patty said,
Let's not go to the house for dinner. I think he was kind of hinting they didn't want us to.
He said we were invited.
He was being polite.
I think he meant it. But he was also looking at it from our point of view.
Now he's your best friend forever?
I don't know, Shorty said. Most of the time I think he's a weird asshole who needs a smack. But I have to admit he did good with the mechanic. He explained the problem and got a solution. That shows he's taken it seriously. Maybe we were both right way back at the beginning. They're weird, but also they're doing their best for us. I guess they could be both things at once.
Whichever. Let's eat just the two of us.
Works for me. I'm sick of answering their questions. It's like the third degree.
I told you, Patty said. They're being polite. It's considered polite to take an interest.
They got up and stepped inside the room. They left the door wide open. They shifted the cardboard box to the bed. Patty slit the tape with her thumbnail. Shorty lifted the flaps. Inside was an assortment of items, densely and meticulously packed. There were cereal bars and power bars and energy bars, and bottles of water and packets of dried apricots and tiny red boxes of raisins. Everything was arranged in a specific pattern that repeated 12 times over. Like 12 identical meals, all neatly laid out. Each one had a bottle of water, and then an equal 1/12 share of the rest of the stuff. There were also 2 flashlights in the box, standing on their ends, crammed in among the food.
Weird,
Patty said. I think this place is for hikers, Shorty said. Like in the photograph they took with the model. Why else would they dress her up like that? I bet they give this stuff out as box lunches, or sell it. It's the kind of thing a hiker likes to carry.
Is it?
It's compact and high energy, easy to put in a pocket, plus water.
What are the flashlights for?
I suppose in case you're out late and have to eat in the dark.
A lantern would be better.
Maybe hikers prefer flashlights. I'm sure there's consumer feedback. I think this is part of their stock of supplies.
He said ingredients.
It's probably a balanced diet. Probably quite healthy. I bet hikers worry about that kind of thing.
He said they put some ingredients together. They didn't put this together, it's prepackaged. Like you said, off their storeroom shelf.
We could still go eat at the house.
I told you I don't want to. They don't want us there.
Then we gotta eat this stuff.
Why does he make such grandiose statements? He could have said he brought the same iron rations he sells the hikers for lunch. I would have been happy with that. It's not like we're paying for it.
Exactly, Shorty said. They're weird, but kind of helpful too. Or the other way around. Reacher ate dinner alone in Laconia at a greasy hole in the wall with no tablecloths. He didn't want to risk a fancier place in case Carter Carrington and Elizabeth Castle picked the same spot. They would feel obliged to at least come over and say hello. He didn't want to disturb their evening. Afterwards, he spent an hour walking random blocks, looking for a grocery store with an apartment window above it that faced east down the length of a street. He found one plausible possibility. It was dead ahead as he walked away from the center of downtown. The apartment was now an attorney's office. The store now sold pants and sweaters. He stood with his back to its window. He looked down the street. He saw a good-sized patch of night sky in the east, and below it, the camber of the blacktop, humped between 2 gutters, flanked by 2 curbs and 2 sidewalks, lit up here and there by widely spaced street lamps. He walked the same direction the 20-year-old had walked. He stopped 30 yards out. Any closer than that, he felt the old lady wouldn't have used the binoculars. She would have trusted the naked eye. He turned around and looked up at her window. Now he was the smaller boys. He imagined the big guy in front of them, demanding and then threatening. Technically no big deal. For Reacher himself, anyway. At 16, he had been bigger than most 20-year-olds. He had been bigger at 13. Biology had been good to him. He was fast and nasty. He knew all the tricks. He had invented some of them. He had grown up in the Marine Corps, not in Ryantown, New Hampshire. And Stan had been a normal-sized person by comparison, compact even in some respects. Maybe 6'1" in dress shoes, maybe 190 after a 4-course dinner. Reacher looked down at the bricks in the sidewalk and imagined his father's footsteps there, inching backward, and then turning and running. Patty and Shorty ate outside, under their window, in their lawn chairs. They took meal number 1 and meal number 2, which left 10 in the box, and they dutifully drank their bottles of water. Then it got cold and they moved inside. But Patty said,
"Leave the door open."
Shorty said, "Why?"
"I need the air. Last night I felt like I was choking."
"Open the window."
"It doesn't open."
"The door might blow."
"Wedge it with your shoe."
"Well, someone might get in."
"Like who?"
Patty said. "A passerby.
"Here?"
Or one of them."
"I would wake up. Then I would wake you up."
"Promise?"
"Count on it."
Shorty kicked off his shoes and wedged one between the outer face of the door and the jamb, and he bent the other into a pliable shape and propped it against the inner face to push back against gentle nighttime breezes. Potato farmer engineering, he knew, but it looked like it might work. Chapter 12. Stephen called to Robert, who called to Peter, who called to Mark. They were all in different rooms. They got together in the back parlor and stared at the screens. "It's a pair of shoes," Stephen said, "in case you're wondering." "Why'd they do it?" Mark asked. "Did they say?" "She wants air. It's consistent behavior. She's mentioned it before. I don't think it's a problem." Mark nodded. "I told her a story about a supermodel doing her makeup. I think she believed it. I told her a mechanic will be riding to the rescue in the morning. I even made up some technical stuff about the heater hoses. I think she believed all of it. I think she's calm now. Doesn't matter about the door. We need to lock it pretty soon. But not tonight. Let sleeping dogs lie. They're relaxed now. They have nothing to worry about." Reacher preferred to move on whenever possible, so he found a new place to sleep, 1 street away from the previous night. It was a fancy bed and breakfast in a narrow house built of brick with its trim newly painted and faded colors. He got a top-floor room through a low door at the head of a steep and dog-legged stair. He took a long hot shower and fell asleep, still warm and damp. Until 1 minute past 3 in the morning. Once again, he snapped awake, instantly, like flicking a switch. The same thing exactly. Not touch or taste or sight or smell. Therefore, sound. This time he got out of bed immediately, and he pulled his pants out from under the mattress and dressed fast and tied his shoes. Then he headed out through the low door and down the winding stair to the street. The night air was cool, and the silence was hard and brittle, all brick and glass and narrow spaces and humming electricity in the wires. He stood still. A minute later, he heard a brief scrape of feet on the sidewalk, ahead and half left, maybe 30 yards away. Not going anywhere, just shuffling in place. Maybe 2 people. Nothing visible. He waited. Another minute later, he heard a muted yelp, a woman's voice, maybe joy or ecstasy. Or maybe not. Maybe outrage or anger. It was hard to tell. But it was definitely muted. It was suppressed in a particular way. It was the sound of clamped lips. Nothing visible. He moved left and saw a gap between a bag store and a shoe store. It was a pedestrian access to a narrow alley that divided 2 buildings. The alley had doors both sides for walk-up apartments above the stores. 2 people were standing next to one of the doors, a man and a woman, in a full-on clinch, like wrestling standing up. They were half lit by a harsh bulb above the door. The guy was young, not much more than a kid, but he was big and solid. The woman was a little older. She had blonde hair, and she was wearing high heels and black nylons under a short black coat, which was getting rucked up by the wrestling. Good or bad? Hard to tell. He didn't want to ruin anyone's evening. He watched. Then the woman squirmed her face away and said,
"No,"
in a sudden low and breathy tone, like spitting, as firm as talking to a dog, but also with what Reacher took to be feelings of shame and embarrassment and disgust. She pushed against the guy's chest and tried to get away. The guy wouldn't let her. Reacher said, "Hey." They both turned their faces towards him. He said, "Take your hands off her, kid." The boy said,
"This is none of your business."
"It is now. You woke me up."
"Get lost."
"I heard her say no, so step back." The kid half turned. He was wearing a sweatshirt embroidered with the name of a famous university. He was a big, solid boy, maybe 6'3" and 220 pounds. Maybe an athlete. He was rippling with youth and excitement. He had a look in his eye. He thought he was a hell of a guy. Reacher looked at the woman and said, "Miss, are you okay?" She asked,
"Are you a cop?"
"I was once upon a time in the Army. Now I'm just a guy passing through." She didn't reply. She was close to 30, Reacher thought. She looked like a nice person, but sad. "Are you okay?" he asked her again. She pushed away from the boy and stood a yard apart. She didn't speak, but she looked at Reacher like she didn't want him to leave. He said, "Did this happen last night too?" She nodded. "Same place?" She nodded again. "Same exact time?"
"It's when I get home from work.
"You live here?"
Until I get on my feet."
Reacher looked at her heels and her hair and her nylons and said, "You work in a cocktail bar?"
"In Manchester."
"And this guy followed you home?" She nodded. "2 nights running?" Reacher said. She nodded again. The boy said, "She asked me to, man, so butt out and let nature take its course."
"That's not true,"
the woman said.
"I did not ask you."
"You were all over me."
"I was being polite. That's what you do when you work in a cocktail bar."
Reacher looked at the boy. "Sounds like a classic misunderstanding," he said, "but easily fixed. All you need to do is apologize most sincerely and then go away and never come back." "It's her who won't come back. Not to that bar anyway. My father owns a big chunk of it. She'll lose her job." Reacher looked at the woman and said, "What happened last night?"
"I let him,"
she said.
"He agreed one time only. So I got it over with. But now he's back for more."
"I'll discuss it with him if you like," Reacher said. "Meanwhile, you go inside now if you want, and think no more about it." "Don't you dare go inside," the boy said. "Not without me." The woman looked from him to Reacher and back again, and again as if choosing, as if down to her last $20 at the racetrack. She made her decision. She took her keys from her bag and unlocked her door and stepped inside and closed her door behind her. The boy in the sweatshirt stared first at the door and then at Reacher, who jerked his head towards the mouth of the alley and said, "Run along now, kid." The boy stared a minute longer, apparently thinking hard. And then he went. He walked out of the alley and turned out of sight. To the right, which made him right-handed. He would want to set up his ambush so that Reacher would walk face first into a free-swinging right hook, which pretty much defined the location. About 3 feet around the corner, Reacher thought, level with the edge of the bag shop's window, because of the pivot point for the right hook. Basic geometry, fixed in space. But not fixed in time. Speed was under Reacher's control. The kid would be expecting a normal kind of approach, plus or minus. Maybe a little tense and urgent, maybe a little cautious and wary, but mostly average. He would trigger the hook at the first glimpse of Reacher coming around the corner. Any kind of normal walking pace would bring it home good and solid. The kid wasn't dumb. Possibly an athlete. Probably had decent hand-eye coordination. Therefore, nothing would be done at normal or average speed. Reacher stopped 6 paces short of the corner and waited, and then he took another pace, a slow sliding scrape across grit and dirt, and then he paused and waited and took another step, slow, sliding, ominous, and then another long wait and another slow step. He pictured the kid around the corner, tensed up, his fist cocked, holding his position. And holding. Holding too long, getting too tensed, getting all cramped and shaky. Reacher took another step, long and slow. Now he was 6 feet from the corner. He waited. And waited. Then he launched fast, at a run, his left hand up, palm open, fingers spread like a baseball glove. He burst around the corner and saw the kid sputtering to life, confused by the change of pace, locked into slow-motion waiting, so that his triumphant right hook was so far coming out like a herky-jerky feeble squib, which Reacher caught easily in his left palm, like a soft liner to second. The kid's fist was big, but Reacher's open hand was bigger. So he clamped down and squeezed, not hard enough to crush the bones, but hard enough to make the kid concentrate on keeping his mouth shut, so no whines or squeals came out, which obviously he couldn't afford, being a hell of a guy. Then Reacher squeezed harder, mostly as an IQ test, which the kid failed. He used his free hand to claw at Reacher's wrist. The wrong move. Unproductive. Always better to go straight to the source of the problem and use your free hand to hit the squeezer in the head, or thumb out his eye, or otherwise get his attention. But the kid didn't. A missed opportunity. Then Reacher added a twist to the squeeze, like turning a doorknob. The kid's elbow locked up, and he dropped a shoulder to compensate, but Reacher kept on twisting, until the kid got so lopsided he had to take his hand off Reacher's wrist and hold his whole arm straight out for balance. Reacher said, "Want me to hit you?" No reply. "It's not a difficult question," Reacher said. "A yes or no answer will do it." By that point, the kid was shuffling in place, trying to find a bearable position, huffing and gasping, but not squealing yet. He said, "Okay, sure. I got her signals wrong. I'm sorry, man. I'll leave her alone now." "What about her job?" "I was kidding, man." "What about the next new waitress down on her luck, in need of secure employment?" The kid didn't answer. Reacher clamped down harder and said, "Want me to hit you?" The kid said, "No." No means no. Right? I expect they teach you that now at your fancy university. Kinda theoretical, I guess, from your point of view. Until now. "Come on, man." "Want me to hit you?" "No." Reacher hit him in the face with a straight right, maximum force, crashing and twisting, like a freight train. The kid's lights went out immediately. He went slack and gravity took over. Reacher kept his left hand rock solid. All the kid's weight fell on his own locked elbow. Reacher waited. One of two things would happen. Either the strength and elasticity in the kid's ligaments would roll him forward, or they wouldn't. They didn't. The kid's elbow broke, and his arm turned inside out. Reacher let him fall. He landed on the bricks outside the bag shop, one arm right and the other arm wrong, like a swastika. He was breathing, a little bubbly from the blood in his throat. His nose was badly busted. Cheekbones, too, maybe. Some of his teeth were out. Upper row, mostly. His dentist's kid was going to be just fine for college. Reacher walked away, Back to his lodgings, up the winding stair and through the low door to his room, where he took a second shower and got back in bed, once again warm and damp. He punched the pillow into shape and went back to sleep. At which moment, Patty Sundstrom woke up, 3:15 in the morning. Once again, a pulse of subconscious disquiet had forced its way through to the surface. What were the flashlights for? Why 2 of them? Why not 1 or 12? The room was blissfully cool. She could smell the night air, rich like velvet. Why pack 2 flashlights with 12 meals? Why pack them at all? What did flashlights have to do with food? They weren't natural partners. No one ever said, "Do you want a flashlight with that?" And what Shorty suggested was nonsense. No one ate lunch in the dark. Which was all it was. It was lunch for fellow rich guys up from Boston who wanted to feel rugged for a week. No one paying before Labor Day or leaf peeper rates would accept granola bars for dinner or breakfast. Lunch only, surely, as part of a manly outdoor fantasy. So why the flashlights? Lunch was eaten in the middle of the day. Generally speaking, the sun was out, unless the rich guys were spelunkers, in which case they would have flashlights of their own, surely. Expensive specialist items, probably strapped to their heads. Why would flashlights be packed in a carton of food, as if they were somehow integral, like silverware or napkins would be? Were they packed? Maybe they were just shoved in there as afterthoughts. She kept her eyes closed and pictured the scene when they opened the box. She had slit the tape with her nail, and Shorty had lifted the flaps. What had been her impression? 2 flashlights in the box, standing on their ends, crammed in among the food. Crammed in. Therefore not packed as integral components. Added later. Why? 2 flashlights for 2 people. They had each been given a flashlight and 6 subsistence meals. Why? We put together some ingredients for you. Either join us at the house or help yourselves from the box. Which was kind of phony. Which they didn't mean. What else didn't they mean? She flipped the covers back and slid out of bed. She padded over to the dresser where the carton sat in front of the TV screen. She lifted the flaps and felt inside. The first flashlight had fallen over in the void where the first 2 meals had been. She lifted it out. It was big and heavy. It felt cold and hard. She pressed it against her palm and switched it on. She rolled her palm a fraction and let a sliver of light spill out. It was pink from her skin. The flashlight was a famous make. It felt like it had been machined out of a solid billet of aerospace-grade aluminum. It had a cluster of tiny LED bulbs, like an insect's eye. She looked back in the box. The other flashlight was where it had started, rammed down into the crux between lunches 9, 10, 11, and 12. Some of the granola bars around it were cracked and splintered. One of the raisin boxes was crushed. Added later, for sure. She looked at the tape she had slit. 2 layers. One from the wholesaler and one from them, when they resealed the box after they added the flashlights. What else didn't they mean? She padded towards the door, and she nudged Shorty's bent shoe aside with her toe and opened a gap wide enough to slip outside. She took her hand off the flashlight lens. It cast a bright white beam of light. She minced towards the Honda with bare feet on the stones. She opened the passenger door. The hood release was where her shin would be. She had seen it a million times. A broad black lever. She tugged on it. The hood sprang up an inch with a thunk that in the still of the night sounded like a wreck on the highway. She turned off the flashlight and waited. No one came. No windows in the house lit up. She turned the beam on again. She walked around to the front of the hood. She jiggled the catch and raised it up. She propped it with the bent metal rod that fit in the hole. She worked in a sawmill. She knew her way around machinery. She moved left and right and ducked her head until she could see what she wanted to see. The acid test. He knows what the problem is. He's seen it before. Apparently, there's an electronic chip close to where the heater hoses go through the back of the dashboard. She leaned forward. She held the flashlight in her fingers like a medical probe. She angled the beam this way and that. Chapter 13. Patty Sundstrom identified the back of the dashboard easily enough. It was a bare panel, pressed and dimpled with strengthening reinforcements, gray and dirty, partially covered by a thin and peeling sheet of sound-deadening material. All kinds of wires and pipes and tubes went through it. Mostly electrical, she thought. The hot water for the heater would be in a thick hose, maybe an inch or so in diameter, serious and reinforced. By convention, black, she expected, clamped to a port on the engine block, which was where the hot water came from. And obviously, it would be twinned with an identical black hose for the return feed. Circulation, around and around, because of the water pump, which stopped when the engine stopped, Peter said. She craned her neck and moved the flashlight beam. She found 2 black hoses connected to the engine block. There were no other candidates. She followed them with the flashlight beam. They stayed low in the bay. They passed through the bulkhead into the passenger compartment, very low down, directly behind where the floor console was with the gear shift lever. The heater was right above it. The heater hoses go through the back of the dashboard. No, they don't, Patty thought. She double-checked. They went nowhere near the back of the dashboard. They went through level with the bottom of the footwell, much lower down. And there was nothing near them anyway, just thick metal components all caked with dirt. No wires, nothing vulnerable, nothing that would fry from excessive temperatures. Certainly no black boxes that might contain electronic chips. She backed away and straightened up. She looked at the house. All quiet. The barn was ghostly in the moonlight. All 9 quad bikes were neatly parked. She killed the flashlight beam and minced back to the room. She stepped to the bed and nudged Shorty awake. He sat up in a panic and looked all around for passers-by or other intruders. He saw none. He said, "What?" She said,
"The heater hoses don't go through the back of the dashboard."
He said, "What again?"
"In the car,"
she said.
"They go through real low down, about level with the bottom of the gear stick."
"How do you know?"
"I looked," she said, "with one of the flashlights they gave us."
"When?"
"Just now."
"Why?"
"I woke up. Something is not right."
"So you ripped the console out of the car?"
"No, I looked under the hood from the other side. I could see the connection, and there's no electronic chip nearby."
"Okay. Maybe the mechanic got it wrong," Shorty said. "Maybe he was thinking of a different year. Ours is a pretty early model. Or maybe Hondas are different in Canada."
"Or maybe the mechanic doesn't exist. Maybe they never called one."
"Why wouldn't they?"
"Maybe they're keeping us here."
"What?
How else do you explain it?"
Why would they? Seriously. You mean like an occupancy thing? Because of the bank, they want our $50?
"I don't know why."
Hell of a way to do business. We could go on TripAdvisor.
"Except we can't go on anything. There's no Wi-Fi and no cell signal and no phone in the room."
They can't just keep people here against their will. Someone would miss them eventually.
"We as good as told them no one knows we're gone."
"We also as good as told them we're broke," Shorty said.
How long can they expect us to pay $50? 2 days, Patty said. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. 6 meals each. That's crazy. Then what? Then they call a mechanic? We have to get out of here. We have to do the thing you said with the quad bike. So get dressed. We have to go. Now? This minute. It's the middle of the night. Like you said, they're asleep now. We have to do it now. Because a mechanic was wrong on the phone? If there was a mechanic at all. And because of everything. Shorty said, Why'd they give us flashlights? Patty said, I don't know that either. It's like they knew we might want to leave in the dark. How could they? Shorty got out of bed. He said, We should take some food. Can't count on getting anywhere before lunchtime earliest. We'll miss breakfast for sure. They got dressed, hopping from foot to foot in the half-dark, with nothing but moonlight coming in the open door. They packed their stuff by feel and put their bags outside near the car. You sure about this? Shorty said. Never too late to change your mind. I want to go, Patty said. Something isn't right here. They walked down to the barn on the grass, not the dirt, because they felt it would be quieter. They were cautious across the last of the gravel, to the near corner of the perfect square of bikes, to the one Peter had driven away for Mark to use. Its engine was still faintly warm. Shorty wanted that exact one because he had seen how to put its gearbox in neutral and he knew it rolled along okay. But most of all because it was closest. Who wanted to push extra yards? Not him. He clicked the lever to neutral and pushed back on the handlebars. Kinda weak and sideways at first, but even so, the machine rolled back obediently, getting faster and faster as Shorty got more and more head-on in his pushing. This is not too bad, he said. He dragged the machine to a stop and took up a new position and pushed it forward again in a tight curve, a perfect, neat maneuver, like reversing out of a parking space and turning and driving away. Patty joined in on the other side, and they pushed together and got up to a decent speed, steering along the center of the track towards the motel building, pretty much silently, apart from the scrape of their shoes on the dirt and a lot of close-up squelching and popping from stones under the bike's soft rubber tires. They pushed on, breathing hard, around room 12's corner and onward to the Honda, 2 bays down, outside room 10. They stopped the bike right behind the car. Shorty popped the hatch. Wait, Patty said. She walked back to the corner and watched the house. No lights, no movement. She came back to the Honda and said, Okay. Shorty turned to face the open hatch square on, and he bent forward with his arms spread wide, and he wriggled his fingers under the suitcase, both ends, and he heaved it up at the front and dragged it forward until it rested at an angle on the lip of the hatch. He grabbed the handle and hauled, intending to balance the case weightless on the lip, so he had time to change his position and adjust his grip, ready for the clean and jerk and the turn towards the bike. But the handle tore off the suitcase. Shorty tottered back a step. He said, Damn. Proves we couldn't have carried it anyway, Patty said. That would have happened sooner or later. How are we going to get it on the bus? We'll have to buy a rope. We could wrap it around a couple of times and make a new handle. So we need a gas station or a hardware store for the rope, first place we see. Shorty stepped forward again and bent down and got his fingers under the case. He grunted and lifted and gasped and turned and set it down on the bike lengthways, the top corners resting on the handlebar, the bottom edge digging into the padded seat. He nudged it a little and got it balanced. It ended up pretty solid. Better than he thought it would. He was pleased overall. He shut the Honda's hatch and they strapped their overnight bags on the bike's rear rack. Then they took up position, Shorty on the left and Patty on the right, each of them with one hand clamped tight on the short length of handlebar visible either side beyond the suitcase's corners, and the other hand close to it, partly pushing, partly juggling a flashlight.
which gave them twin makeshift headlight beams, and it made steering easy, and it meant they could steady the suitcase between them, with Shorty's right forearm and Patty's left at the top end, and with his right hip and her left at the bottom end, assuming they both walked kind of bent over at the waist, which clearly they would need to, because the weight of the load made pushing a whole different thing than before. Getting started required a full-on effort, both of them straining like a strongman show on cable television, and then keeping going afterwards required nearly as much. Although it got a little better when they bumped up out of the stony lot and onto the blacktop, at the very end of the road through the trees. More than 2 miles to go. They entered the tunnel. The air was cool, and it smelled of rotten leaves and damp earth. They gasped and trudged. Through trial and error, they learned it was best to keep their speed as high as they could bear, so that momentum alone would carry them through the long, shallow potholes. It meant a lot of effort all of the time, but it was better than starting over whenever the front wheels bumped down into a pit. They kept on going, almost running against the weight. Very quickly, no fun at all, just grinding it out.
I need to rest,
Patty said. They let the bike coast to a stop. They nudged the suitcase left and right to perfect its balance. Then they stepped away and arched their backs and clamped their palms low down on their spines. They huffed and puffed and eased their necks. Shorty said, "How much further?" Patty looked back and then forward.
About 1.5 miles to go,
she said.
How long have we taken so far? Maybe 20 minutes? Damn, that's slow. You said 4 hours. We're about on schedule.
They took up their positions again and forced the thing to roll. Like a bobsled team at the top of the hill, going harder and harder with every step. They got it up to speed and kept it there, jamming their forearms against the trembling suitcase, ducking their heads, breathing deep, glancing up again to check their direction. They did another half-mile and rested again. And another. A whole hour had gone by.
Coming back'll be easier,
Patty said.
Without the weight.
They passed through the section where no trees grew. They saw a belt of sky full of stars.
Getting close,
Patty said. Then she said,
"Wait,"
and she hauled back on the handlebar and dug her heels in, way out in front, like a kid stopping a homemade cart. Shorty said, "What?"
There was a wire, like at the gas station, for ringing a bell, lying across the road. It probably rings in the house.
Shorty hauled the bike to a dead stop. He remembered, as fat and rubbery as a garden hose. He searched ahead with his flashlight. They saw nothing. They rolled on half speed, which was a pain through the potholes, with one beam ranging far and the other sweeping close. 100 yards later, they saw it. Fat and rubbery and lying across the road. They stopped 4 feet short. Patty said,
"How does it work?" "I guess inside there are 2 metal strips, somehow held apart. But when a wheel goes over, they get pressed together and a bell rings, like a push switch." "So we can't let a wheel go over?"
"No." Which was a problem. Shorty couldn't lift the quad bike, not at either end. Maybe an inch for a second, but not enough to ease it over the wire and set it down again.
"How much further?"
he said.
"About 300 yards. I'll carry the suitcase." "Wait,"
she said again. She ducked down and eased her fingers under the fat rubber wire. She lifted it. It came up easily. An inch, a foot, as much as she wanted. She tested it side to side and pulled and tugged to make it equally loose.
"Get ready,"
she said. She lifted it up gently, on open palms, head high, arms wide. Shorty ducked low and pushed the bike under it. She held it until he was clear. She felt like she was performing a dance ceremony at a hippie's wedding. "Okay," Shorty said. She laid the wire back down, gently, like she was bowing. Then they pushed on, energized, safe, on the last lap, not far to go. Their flashlight beams bounced and swayed, first showing nothing but trees and the track between. But then a different kind of void loomed up ahead. The two-lane road, where they had turned in what felt like 1,000 years ago. Shorty had said, "Okay?" Patty hadn't answered. Now she said,
"We need to find a place to hide the suitcase, but not too far from the road, so we can load it easy when we get a ride."
They let the bike slow to a stop where the mouth of the track widened out to meet the road. Hiding places looked to be in short supply. Tree trunks crowded in either side. The last yard of shoulder was thick with underbrush, although maybe a little thinner where the frost-heaved posts were set. Maybe the ground had been disturbed many years earlier. Maybe the brush was coming back slower. Maybe there was a suitcase-sized hole behind one or the other. Patty went to check. In the end, she figured the right-hand hole was better than the left. They huffed and puffed and got the bike as close as possible. Shorty spread his arms wide and lifted the suitcase off the bike, and then he grunted and gasped and turned and dropped it in the bushes, where it scraped and crackled through the lower branches and came to rest pretty well hidden. Patty walked up the road a spell and used her flashlight like an approaching headlight beam and said she saw nothing much. Certainly nothing anyone would stop for. Just a dark shape, way low down, behind the base of the post. It could have been the corpse of a deer. She was satisfied. Then her voice changed, and she said,
"Shorty, come here."
He went. They stood together on the county blacktop and looked back the way he had come, back along her flashlight beam, which was wavering on a wide area centered on the frost-heaved post, with the dark shape low and behind it, which you couldn't really see unless you knew it was there. He was satisfied, too. He said, "What am I looking for?"
"Think, Shorty," she said. "What did we see when we turned in?"
He thought. He visualized. He took 2 sideways steps left, near the center line of the road where the Honda's wheel had been. He squatted down a little to approximate the level of the driver's seat. What had he seen? He'd seen a frost-heaved post, on which was nailed a board, on which were screwed ornate plastic letters and an arrow pointing into the woods. The letters had spelled out the word motel. He compared his memory with the scene in front of him. He was pretty sure it was different. He stared. Then he saw. Now there was no board, no letters, no word, no arrow. Now there was just a post, nothing on it. Same both sides of the track. "Weird," he said.
"You think?"
"So is it a motel or not? Sure feels like one to me. They're taking our money."
"We have to get out of here."
"We are. First car that comes."
"After we take the bike back to the barn."
"We don't owe them that," Shorty said. "We don't owe them diddly. Not anymore. Not if they're pulling weird shit on us now, with the motel signs. We should dump the bike here and let them come get it themselves."
"They get up with the sun," Patty said. "If there's a bike missing, they'll know right away. But if it's back in its proper place, they might not think about us for hours. They'll assume we're eating breakfast on our own in our room. They'll have no reason to come by until later in the morning."
"It's a gamble."
"It could buy us a lot of time later. They'll come looking for us as soon as they find us gone. We need to delay that moment as long as possible. We need to be miles away by then. We definitely can't afford to be still stuck down here with our thumbs out. I think we should buy ourselves as much time as we can get."
Shorty said nothing. He looked along the dark and silent road, first one way and then the other.
"I know it feels weird to go back," Patty said, "now that we just got here. But there are no cars coming anyway, not yet. We'll do better closer to dawn."
Shorty was quiet another long moment. Then he said, "Okay, we'll take the bike back to the barn."
As fast as we can, Patty said. Now it's all about speed.
They unstrapped their overnight bags from the rack and stashed them close to the suitcase, and then they eased the bike around a wide circle on the blacktop. The air smelled sweeter in the open. They got the bike pointed back down the track. They took up their positions. They set off. The same 2+ miles all over again, in the reverse direction. But Patty had been right. Pushing was much easier without the weight of the suitcase. The bike felt buoyant, like it was floating. They did the hippie dance under the wire again, and then they got it going and kept it up at a fast walk with what felt like barely any effort at all. They didn't stop, and they didn't rest. Chapter 14. It took them a fraction more than 30 minutes to push the 2+ miles. They rolled to a stop where the track came out of the trees. It ran on ahead of them, gray and ghostly in the moonlight, through the flat 2 acres to the curve of buildings in the distance. The motel, dark and quiet. The barn, dark and quiet. The house, dark and quiet. 5:30 in the morning by Patty's watch. Easily an hour before the first hint of daylight. All good. They pushed on, as quiet as they could. Nothing but the hiss of the tires and the slap of their soles on the last of the blacktop. Then they bumped down into the motel lot, and their progress got louder, with crunching steps and squelching stones, past the office, past room 1 and 2, all the way to the dead Honda, and onward, past room 12's corner, straight towards the barn. They could see 8 ghostly shapes neatly parked, and the 9th slot empty, like a punched-out tooth in a smile. Shorty pointed and gave Patty a thumbs up. She was right. The first daylight glance out the window would have raised the alarm. They cut the last corner across the grass and rolled real slow on the parking area's gravel. Putting the bike back in place was easy, just a question of lining it up and pushing it in nose first, and then nudging it dead level with the others and stepping away. Job done. Perfect. Undetectable. They tiptoed across the gravel, and they walked away on the grass, back to the track, where they stood for a second and took a breath. Ahead of them were the same 2+ miles, all over again. But this time they had nothing to push. This time they would be walking, plain and simple. Walking away. Forever. Behind them, a door opened. Over at the house, relatively distant. A faraway voice called out, "Hey guys, is that you?" Mark. They stood still. "Guys?" A flashlight beam lanced beyond them, with their shadows cut out, which meant light was playing on their backs. "Guys?" Mark called again. They turned around. Mark was walking through the dark towards them. He was fully dressed. His day had already begun. He was keeping his flashlight low, and so were Shorty and Patty, all 3 beams acting polite, trying to illuminate but not dazzle. They waited. Mark arrived. He said, "This is the most amazing coincidence." Along with the flashlight, he was carrying a blank sheet of paper and a pencil. Patty said,
Is it?
"I'm sorry. I should have asked. Is everything okay?"
We're fine.
"Just out for a walk?"
Why is it a coincidence?
"Because literally at this very moment, I have the mechanic on the phone. He starts work at 5 to be ready for rush hour. This morning he woke up with a sudden thought. He remembered we had mentioned you drove down from Canada. He realizes at the time he instinctively assumed you were Americans returning home. Then this morning, he realized it was equally likely you were Canadians visiting the other way around. In which case, you would have a Canadian spec car. In which case, you would have the mandatory winter package, which back then was a different heater and no AC. In which case his diagnosis was wrong. That's a U.S. spec problem. In Canada, it's the starter motor relay that fries. He needs to know which part to pick up at the scrapyard. He's heading there now. He literally just sent me out to get the ID number off your windshield. He held up the paper and pencil, as if in proof. Then he said, "But obviously it'll be a lot quicker for all concerned if you come in and answer his questions yourselves." He mimed the relative distances by chopping his palms closer together and further apart, first showing the long way to go to the Honda, plus the even longer way back again, versus a short, sharp one-way trip from where they were standing to the phone in the house. A dramatic difference. Impeccable logic. Shorty looked at Patty. She looked at him. All kinds of questions. Mark said, "We could make a pot of coffee. We could ask the guy to call us back when he's actually got the part he needs in his hot little hand. And then again, when he's actually in his truck and on his way to you. I want you to hear it from the horse's mouth. I feel at this point a little reassurance is in order. I feel that's the least we can do. You folks have been messed around enough already." He held out his hand in a courtly "after you" gesture. Patty and Shorty walked towards the house. Mark walked with them. All three flashlight beams bounced along in the same direction. At the end, Mark speeded up and then waited at the kitchen door, ushering them in. He flicked on a light and pointed ahead to the inner hallway where the dead phone had been demonstrated at lunch the day before. Now the receiver was lying tethered by its cord on the seat of a chair. On hold, the old-fashioned way. Mark said, "His name is Carol, probably spelled different. He's from Macedonia." He held out his hand towards the phone in a courtly help-yourself gesture. Patty picked up the receiver. She put it to her ear. She heard a kind of spacey noise, a cell connection somewhere doing its best. She said,
"Carol?"
A voice said, "Mark?"
No, my name's Patty Sundstrom. My boyfriend and I own the Honda."
"Oh, man, I didn't mean for Mark to wake you guys up. That isn't polite." The voice had an accent that sounded like wherever it came from deserved a name like Macedonia. Eastern Europe, she thought, or Central, somewhere between Greece and Russia. The kind of guy who should shave twice a day but didn't. Like a sinister bad guy in the movies. Except his voice was friendly, light in tone, helpful and full of concern, full of energy, too, first thing in the morning. She said,
"We were awake anyway."
"Were you?"
"We were taking a walk, as a matter of fact."
"Why?"
"Something else woke us up, I suppose."
"Listening to your voice, I'm guessing you're Canadian."
"So is our car."
"Yeah," the voice said. "I made an assumption, and thereby nearly made a mistake. I learned my trade in the old Yugoslav army. Like armies everywhere, they taught us assuming things made an ass out of you and me. This time it's all me, I'm afraid. I apologize. But let's be certain. Have you ever had cause to change out the heater hoses?"
"I know they go low down,"
Patty said. "Okay, that's Canadian for sure. Good to know. I'll pick up a starter motor relay. Then I got to pay the bills. I'll head out to the highway for a spell. Maybe I'll get lucky with a wreck. If not, I'll get to you all the sooner. Call it 2 hours minimum, 4 hours maximum."
"You sure?"
"Ma'am, I cross my heart," the voice said with its accent. "I promise I'll get you on your way." Then the call went dead, and Patty hung up the phone. Mark said, "The coffee's ready." Patty said,
"He'll be here between 2 hours and 4 hours from now."
"Perfect." Shorty said, "Really?"
"He promised,"
she said. They heard a vehicle on the track outside, the crunch of stones and the thrash of an engine. They looked out the window and saw Peter in a battered old pickup truck. He was coming close. He was slowing to a stop. He was parking. Shorty said, "Whose truck?" "His," Mark said. "He gave it another try late last night. Maybe the warmth of the day helped the battery. He got it going. Now he's been down to the road and back to charge it up and blow the cobwebs away. Maybe that was what woke you up. He can give you a ride to your room if you like. Better than walking. It's the least we can do. I'm sure you're tired." They said they didn't want to impose, but Peter wouldn't take no for an answer. His truck was a crew cab, so Shorty rode in front and Patty sat in back. Peter parked next to the Honda. Room 10's door was closed, which Patty thought was weird. She was pretty sure they had left it open. Maybe it had blown. Shorty's shoes were back on his feet after all, although she didn't remember wind. She'd been outdoors most of the night. She remembered the air as still and oppressive. They got out of the truck. Peter watched them to their door. Patty turned the handle and opened up. She went in first. Then she came straight back out again. She pointed at Peter in his truck and she yelled,
"You stay there!"
She stepped aside. Shorty looked in the room. In the center of the floor was their luggage. Back again. Their suitcase and their 2 overnight bags. Neatly placed in a precise arrangement, as if a bellboy had left them. Their suitcase was now tied up with rope. There were complicated knots on the upper face, with a doubled thickness of rope between them, like an improvised handle. Patty said,
"What the hell is this?"
Peter got out of his truck. "We sincerely apologize," he said. "We are very, very sorry about this, and very, very embarrassed that you should get caught up in it."
"In what?"
"It's the time of year, I'm afraid. College semesters are starting. Undergraduates are everywhere. Their fraternities set them challenges. They steal our motel signs all the time. Then they started a new thing, some kind of initiation rite. They had to steal everything out of a motel room while the guest was temporarily absent. Stupid, but it was what it was. We thought it was finished a couple of years ago, but now it seems to be back again. I found your stuff in the hedge down by the road. It's the only possible explanation. They must have gotten in while you were taking your walk. We apologize for the inconvenience. Please let us know if anything is damaged. We're going to make a police report. I mean, okay, everyone likes high spirits, but this kind of thing is ridiculous." Patty said nothing. Shorty didn't speak. Peter got back in his truck and drove away. Patty and Shorty stood still for a moment. Then they went inside. They stepped around their luggage and sat down together on the bed. They left the door open. The breakfast part of Reacher's bed and breakfast deal was located in a pretty room that was half a story below the street, but level with the small rear garden, which was just as pretty as the room. Reacher took an inside table at 7:45 in the morning, ready for coffee. He was the only person in there. The season was over. He was showered and dressed and felt good and looked respectable, all except for a cut knuckle, from the kid in the night. His teeth, no doubt. Not a serious injury, just a short worm of crusted blood, but a distinctive shape. Reacher had been a cop for 13 years, and then not a cop for longer, so he saw things from both points of view. As a result, wherever possible, he liked to avoid confusion. He ordered his meal and then got up and stepped out to the garden. He squatted down and made a fist with his right hand and tapped and scraped it on the brick of a flower-bed wall, just enough to make the tooth mark one of many. Then he went back to his table and dipped the corner of his napkin in his water glass and sponged the grit off his knuckles. 15 minutes later, Detective Brenda Amos stepped into the room. She was writing in her notebook. At her shoulder was a man in a suit. His posture and his manner said he was showing her around. Therefore, he was the bed and breakfast's manager, or its owner. Reacher half lip-read and half heard him say, "This gentleman is the only guest still on the premises." Amos glanced up from her notebook routinely and glanced away again. Then she looked back. A classic slow-motion double-take, like something out of an old-time television show. She stared. She blinked. She said to the man in the suit,
"I'll talk to him now."
"May I bring you coffee?" "Yes, please," Reacher called out to him. "A pot for 2." The guy nodded politely after a fractional delay. To bring coffee to a police detective was one thing, to a guest was another, beneath his station. But on the other hand, the customer was always right. He backed out of the room, and Amos came all the way in. She sat down at Reacher's table in the empty seat across from him. She said,
"As a matter of fact, I already had coffee this morning."
"It doesn't have to be a once-a-day thing," he said. "There's no law that says you ever have to stop."
Also, as a matter of fact, I think Duncan is spiking it with LSD today.
"How so?"
Or else, as a matter of fact, this is the biggest deja vu in history.
"Okay, how so that?"
You know what deja vu literally means?
"It literally means already seen. It's French. My mother was French. She liked it when Americans used French phrases. It made her feel part of things."
Why are you telling me about your mother?
"Why are you asking me about LSD?"
What did we do yesterday?
"Do?" he said.
We dug up an old case from 75 years ago in which a youth was found unconscious on the sidewalk of a downtown Laconia street. He was identified as a local 20-year-old, already known to the police department as a loudmouth and a bully, but untouchable because he was the son of the local rich guy. Remember?
"Sure," Reacher said.
What happened when I got to work this morning?
"I have no way of knowing."
I was told that a youth had just been found unconscious on the sidewalk of a downtown Laconia street. He had been identified as a local 20-year-old, already known to the police department as a loudmouth and a bully, but untouchable because he was the son of the local rich guy.
"Seriously?"
And I walk into the hotel across the street, and here you are.
"I guess that seems like a coincidence."
You think?
"Not really. Clearly such crimes happen all the time."
75 years apart is all the time?
I'm sure there were many similar incidents in between. All rich bullies get a smack sooner or later. You could have picked any old case at random, and it could have been the same kind of match. And obviously I'm here because I'm the guy who asked you about the non-random old case in question. So instead of a coincidence, it's really a mathematical certainty. Especially because you know I don't live here, so where else would I be except a hotel?
Directly across the street from the crime scene?
Are you going house to house for witnesses?
That's what we do.
Did anyone see anything?
Did you?
I'm not a bird watcher, Reacher said. More's the pity. Migration has started. My dad would have been excited.
Did you hear anything?
What time?
The kid was still unconscious at 7. Assuming his assailant was a human being and not an 18-wheel truck, call it no earlier than 5 o'clock.
I was asleep at 5 o'clock, Reacher said. Didn't hear a thing.
Nothing at all?
Something woke me up the night before, but that was 3 o'clock in a different hotel.
What was it?
It woke me up, but it didn't happen again. I couldn't get a fix on it.
The kid also has a broken arm,
Amos said. That can happen, Reacher said. A waitress came in with 2 pots of coffee and 2 fresh cups. Reacher poured, but Amos didn't. She closed her notebook. He asked her, "How is this investigation viewed inside the department?" She said,
"We have low expectations."
"Are tears not being shed?"
"It's complicated."
"Who was the kid?"
"The kid is a lout and a bully and a predator, the kind who gets the best of everything, including victims and lawyers."
"Doesn't sound all that complicated to me."
"We're worried about what happens next."
"You think he's going to get up a posse?"
"The problem is his father already has a posse."
"The local rich guy? Who is he?"
I paraphrased a little. He's really from Boston, but he lives in Manchester now.
"And what kind of posse does he have?"
He makes financial arrangements for clients who can't risk paper trails. In other words, he launders money for the kind of people who need money laundered. I imagine he could borrow pretty much any kind of posse he wants. And we think he will. These guys have a culture. Someone attacked his family. Got to be made an example. This guy can't look weak. So we know sooner or later his people will show up here in town, asking around. We don't want trouble here. That's why it's complicated.
Reacher poured another cup of coffee. Amos watched. She said,
How'd you hurt your hand?
I punched the garden wall.
That's an odd way to put it.
Can't really blame the wall.
It makes it sound deliberate.
He smiled. Am I coming across as the kind of guy who would deliberately punch a wall?
When did it happen?
About 20 minutes ago.
Were you bending down to look at the flowers?
I like flowers as much as the next guy. Her phone dinged, and she read a message. She said,
The kid woke up but doesn't remember a thing about his attacker.
That can happen, Reacher said again.
He's lying. He knows, but he's not telling us. He wants to tell his father instead.
Because they have a culture.
I hope whoever did it knows what's coming.
I'm sure whoever did it will leave town. Just like 75 years ago. Deja vu all over again.
What are your own movements today?
I guess technically I'm leaving town.
Where are you going?
I'm going to Ryantown, Reacher said. If I can find it. He bought a paper map at an old edge-of-town gas station. It showed the same kind of vagueness as Elizabeth Castle's phone. Certain roads headed in certain directions, as if for a purpose, and certain destinations were shaded gray, as if once developed, but none of them had names anymore, and there was no way of telling one from the other. He wasn't entirely sure what kind of geographic setting a tin mill would require. Truth was, he wasn't entirely sure what a tin mill did. Did it make tin out of ore? Or did it make cans and whistles and toys out of tin? Either way, he guessed heat was involved. All kinds of fires and furnaces. Maybe a steam engine to drive belts and tools. Which meant trucking in wood or coal. Plus water would be necessary to make the steam. He looked at the map again, for roads and rivers and streams, all meeting at a place shaded gray. North and west of Laconia, according to Elizabeth Castle's historical research. There were two possibilities. One was 8 miles out, and the other was 10. Both had roads coming in off the main drag and stopping right there, for no apparent modern-day reason. Both had water, and what looked like broad tributaries, both flowing towards the same larger river. The streams met the roads in tiny triangles, both printed as fine as the mapmaker could get them, both set in dots shaded gray. Little mills and factories, a couple dozen workers in 4 flats, maybe a one-room schoolhouse, maybe a church, Amos had said. Either spot would fit the bill. Except the access road in and out of the 10-mile place curved gently north, away from Laconia, whereas the road in and out of the 8-mile place curved gently south, towards Laconia, as if part of it, not turning its back. Reacher pictured a boy on a bike, rattling eagerly away from home, his binoculars bouncing around his neck. From the 10-mile place, he would first waste a couple of miles on the wrong bearing, and then he would have to make an awkward against-the-flow tight right turn. Whereas from the 8-mile place, he would be heading the right way from the get-go, accelerating around the curve and then launching straight towards the heart of town. Which boy would say he lived in Laconia? Which was good. 8 miles, not 10, would save an hour on the round trip, plus a quarter of the effort. He folded the map and stuck it in his pocket. He set out walking. He didn't get far. Chapter 15. Mark and Peter and Stephen and Robert were together in the back parlor, watching the screens. They all showed Patty and Shorty still on their bed. Different angles and different zooms. Some were wide shots and some were close-ups. Their door was still open. "But no shoes this time," Stephen said. "He's still got them on." "We should have used a self-closing mechanism," Robert said. "How could we have known?" Peter said. "Normal people close their doors." "Relax," Mark said. "They're not going anywhere. Not right now. Bringing that suitcase back broke their hearts. Anyway, now they believe in the mechanic again." "We need that door shut pretty soon. We need to start warming them up. Their emotional state is important. Pacing is crucial now." "Then think of something." Peter turned back to the screens. Reacher got a mile beyond the old Edgertown gas station, around a long New England curve through woods as deep as a fairy tale setting. Then behind him, he heard tires on the blacktop. He heard them slow to a walk. He heard them keep pace 10 yards back. He stopped and turned around. He saw a dark sedan, medium in size and crisp in appearance, but poverty spec. There was paint where chrome might have been, and plain hubs, and mouse fur upholstery. There was a sprung antenna on the trunk lid. An unmarked squad car. In it was Jim Shaw of the Laconia Police Department, chief of detectives, the guy from the police station lobby the day before with Brenda Amos, the red-headed Irish guy. In action, he looked brisk and confident. He was alone at the wheel. He let his window down. Reacher walked closer, but stopped 6 feet away. He said, "Can I help you?" Shaw said, "Brenda told me you were headed this way. You were going to offer me a ride? If I do, it'll be back to town." "How so?" "The house-to-house turned up a woman who lives in the alley. She works in a cocktail bar in Manchester, which is half owned by the folks the kid's father works for. We asked a lot of pointed questions, and eventually she told us exactly what happened last night. From beginning to end, soup to nuts. Everything except the physical description of her savior. She claims she was so stressed her mind has gone blank." "That can happen, I guess," Reacher said. "She's lying. Why wouldn't she? She's protecting someone who did her a favor. But we have other evidence. She was saved real good, believe me. The kid looks like he was run over by a freight train. Therefore, we're not looking for a small guy. We're looking for a big guy. Probably right-handed. Probably woke up this morning with damage to his knuckles. Gotta be something. A hit like that leaves a mark, believe me." "I scraped my hand on a wall," Reacher said. "Brenda told me. Just one of those things. A smarter man than me might start putting it all together. The woman from the cocktail bar gets home in the middle of the night, at an exactly predictable time because of no nighttime traffic, and the kid is waiting there for her. So she yells for help, which wakes a guy up within a certain narrow radius, who then gets out of bed and goes to check, and who ends up dragging the kid away and smacking him around." "You told me she already said all that, soup to nuts. You don't need to put it together." "The interesting part is the narrow radius. How close would the guy need to be for the sound to travel clearly, and for him to get there as fast as he did? Pretty close, we think. The woman said she didn't yell real loud. The kid was trying to get his hand over her mouth at the time. It was definitely not a scream. So the guy asleep had to be close by. He was on the scene more or less immediately. Maximum 1 block, we think." "I'm sure there were many variables involved," Reacher said. "Maybe it's all down to how well people hear and how fast they get dressed. Maybe there's a link between the two. You could conduct a series of experiments. You could get the university involved. You could write a paper for a criminology journal." Shaw said, Common sense would indicate a woman's low-volume cry for help would be heard only through windows over the street, on a one-block radius. The house-to-house lists only 6 such rooms as occupied last night. A lot of apartments are offices now, empty during the night. But still, we had 6 people to look at. And what did we find? I have no way of knowing. 5 were ruled out immediately. 2 for being women, and 3 of the men for age and infirmity and slightness of build. One of the men was over 90. 2 of them were over 60. None of them could have hit that kid. Not the way it must have happened. I was asleep at 5 o'clock, Reacher said. Brenda told me. And because once upon a time you were a brother cop, we believe you. And because the kid was a scumbag, we don't care anyway. Not even enough to point out that 5 o'clock doesn't matter anymore. The woman from the cocktail bar got home at 3 o'clock. She told Brenda the same thing happened the night before. You told Brenda you woke up the night before, at 3 o'clock. But we don't care. Except Brenda also told me she told you the scumbag's father is obliged to react. She did. That's my point. You should think carefully. Okay, maybe the kid really is woozy. Maybe he truly can't remember his attacker. But you can't rely on that. If we can figure it out without eyewitness testimony, so can they. They'll be looking for a big guy with a damaged hand. You can't beat their forensics by rubbing your knuckles on a wall. Not because they don't have walls, but because they don't have forensics. They have other methods. They're going to send whoever it takes to get this job done. We don't want trouble here. Has the kid called his father yet? First he called his lawyer. No doubt the lawyer called his father. By now they've known for 30 minutes. They're scrambling. Burner phones are burning up in more than one state at this very moment, believe me. Presumably nothing is decided yet. But it won't be long. They'll be arriving soon. Better if they didn't find you here. Better if you took a look at the old homestead and then kept on walking. Better if you didn't come back. Because you don't want trouble. Would you? No, Reacher said. Generally speaking, I think trouble is best avoided. You could almost call it a rule. So we're on the same page. We're in the same book, maybe a difference in emphasis. I'm not kidding, Shaw said. I don't want trouble. Relax, Reacher said. I'll keep on walking. It's what I do, assuming I find Ryantown first. Don't give me terms and conditions. Don't tell me what you got to do first. I'm serious. I don't want trouble in my town. Ryantown ain't yours. If you don't believe me, check with the kid at the census archive. He'll set you straight. It's all Laconia to guys up from Boston. They'll be here tomorrow, asking around. Anyone seen a big guy with a banged-up hand? Reacher said, Tomorrow? They won't let this go. But until tomorrow, walking on county roads is still pretty much a legal activity. That's the problem with terms and conditions. You'll still be walking tomorrow. You could be walking forever. They could have 10 guys in town before you finally figure out you'll never even know if you find Ryantown or not. Those old places are nothing more than holes in the ground now. Who the hell can tell which was which 100 years ago? So do me a big favor, okay? Find any old hole in the ground, go right ahead and call it Ryantown, and then get the hell out and keep on getting. Preferably in a straight line, preferably east, north, or west. Reacher nodded and turned and walked on, waving once but not looking back. And behind him, he heard the hiss and squeal of the squad car's power steering, and then the sound of its tires rolling away back to town. He kept up a steady pace, 4 miles an hour, easy in the cool of the morning. The road was entirely in shadow. He checked his map as he passed a left turn that led to a place with gray shading but no water. It was right where it should have been. He was on track. The map was good. He had about 6 more miles to go. He walked on. Patty and Shorty were still on the bed long after dawn. They had stared for hours at their luggage, as if hypnotized. The sudden and capricious reversal of its epic and hard-won voyage was hard to process. It was as if the long 2+ miles spent pushing the heavy load had never happened. But it had. Hours and hours, wasted, maximum effort, bent at the waist, for no net result, 0 yards gained. A bitter pill. Patty said,
"Do you think the story about the undergraduates is true?"
"Are you crazy?" Shorty said. "You know we took it down there ourselves."
"I don't mean this time. I mean undergraduates ever doing that."
"I don't know," Shorty said. "I got no experience. But I guess it could be true, in a logical kind of way. Because Peter didn't know we took our stuff down there ourselves. All he knew was he found it in the hedge. How could he explain that? It must have reminded him of a thing from the past, which he assumed was happening again. Actually, it wasn't, but it kind of proves the original thing must have been real. Or how else could he have been reminded?"
"That's a circular argument."
"Is it?"
"But it doesn't matter anyway. What matters is what he said. And what he said was weird."
"Was it?"
"He said students steal their motel signs all the time."
"Maybe they do. Maybe that's why they're gone now."
"But to say all the time means over and over again, year after year."
"I guess."
"Like you would say your bottom 10-acre floods all the time."
"Well, it does, like you said, over and over, year after year."
"Exactly. To say all the time means you're speaking from a certain length of experience." And then he said they thought the bag stealing thing was finished a couple of years ago. And to know something is finished means you must have suffered it first. Let's say at least for a year. A whole cycle through both semesters. I'm sure students do different kinds of crazy stuff at different times."
"Okay," Shorty said. "Call it 3 years minimum. 1 year of suffering it and 2 years of not."
Except everything else they've said makes this feel like a brand new startup. Like this could be their very first season. The stories don't match at all."
Shorty was quiet a long moment. Then he said, "But you spoke to the mechanic."
"Yes,"
Patty said.
"I did."
"And the mechanic was real?"
"Yes,"
Patty said.
"He was."
"Tell me again."
"He sounded bright and wide awake and on the ball. He sounded friendly but courteous. He was knowledgeable but not domineering. He was an immigrant, maybe one of those guys who takes a step down in terms of employment. Compared to the old country, I mean. He said something about the Yugoslav army. Maybe once he was a master sergeant in an armored division, and now he drives a tow truck, that kind of thing. But he's going to make the best of it. It's going to be the shiniest tow truck you ever saw. He's going to work his way back. He's going to be a classic story."
"You got all that from his voice?"
"It's what I felt. He asked mechanic questions. He knew what he should about us. He was worried in case Mark had woken us up. He was apologetic."
"Total worst case?" Shorty asked, like a ritual between them.
"Would be he was one of those smooth-talking busy guys who pay no attention at all until an appointment actually rolls around. Deep down, I think he was apologizing for not figuring it out yesterday."
"That sounds real," Shorty said.
"We'll know soon enough,"
Patty said.
"He promised 4 hours maximum."
After another mile, the woods stopped, and the vista opened out to a patchwork of horse fields and cow fields. Reacher walked on, conscious of the distance, thinking about a boy on a bike. It felt like a long way. But maybe it wasn't. Times had changed. In the past, a 5-mile walk or a 20-mile cycle ride would have been considered routine. For a boy with a hobby, 8 miles was nothing, or 9 to be exact, to the downtown streets, which was where he had been seen late one September evening in 1943. Doing what? The birdwatcher lady made no mention of binoculars around his neck. Reacher felt she would have noticed. He was there for some other purpose, which theoretically could have been many and various for a 16-year-old. Except that 1943 was a serious year. The war was nearly 2 years old. Everything was rationed or in short supply. Everyone was dour and worried and working long hours. Hard to imagine any kind of giddy excitement going on good enough to attract a 16-year-old 9 miles to the center of a stiff little New Hampshire town on a fall evening during tough times. No mention of a bicycle either. Maybe he had parked it. Maybe he was walking back to get it. With his friend. Maybe his friend's bike was parked too. Then they met the big kid. Reacher walked on. Coming up ahead on his left, he saw his general target area. He scoped it out, from the middle distance to the far horizon. Ryantown was in there somewhere. Possibly. He checked the map. The road he wanted was a shallow left turn about a mile ahead. Some distance short of it was shown a thinner spur. Same basic direction, but shorter and narrower. Not much more than a farm track, which might or might not be useful. Best case, it would lead to a stern old farmhouse, ideally in continuous occupation by the same family for 2 centuries or more. Ideally with a very old farmer sitting in a wheelback chair by the stove in the kitchen with a rug on his knees, ready to talk for hours about his long-ago neighbors a mile to the north. Hope for the best, plan for the worst was Reacher's motto. He walked on, and he took the turn into the narrow track. Very quickly, he saw it didn't lead to a stern old farmhouse. What it led to was a pleasant split level, about as old as he was, therefore built long after Ryantown was already gone. Therefore no good. No old geezer sitting there with his memories. Unless the house was a replacement, which was possible. Plenty of houses were. Maybe they'd torn down the stern old structure. Maybe it was no longer livable in the modern era. Or maybe it had burned down. Maybe the wiring was bad. Possibly original, with silk insulation. But they all got out in time and they built a new house, which meant the very old farmer with the rug on his knees was no longer in a wheelback chair in the kitchen, but in a vinyl recliner in the family room. But it would be the same guy, with the same stories, still willing to talk. Hope for the best. He walked on. The house was harmoniously designed and lovingly maintained, even pampered, like it got painted a year early every time. It had sensible plants around the foundation, neatly trimmed. It had a carport, shading a clean domestic pickup truck from the pale mid-morning sun. It had a white picket fence running all the way around, enclosing a neat quarter-acre, like a suburban garden. Behind the fence was a pack of dogs. There were 6 of them. Not barking yet. All mutts, all scruffy. Nothing huge, nothing tiny. Maybe 100 different breeds all mixed together. They came close and stood inside the picket gate. He was going to have to wade through them. He wasn't scared of dogs. He believed a measure of mutual trust solved most problems. He didn't plan to bite them. Why assume they planned to bite him? He opened the gate. The dogs sniffed around him. They followed him down the path. He found the front door and pressed the bell. He stepped back and waited in the sun. The dogs pooled around his knees. A long minute later, the front door opened, and a man appeared behind the screen. He was a lean person with a sensible expression on his face and buzzed gray hair on his head. He was wearing blue jeans from a farm store and a plain gray t-shirt. He was old enough to get a discount at the movies, but a long way from needing a cane. He too had a pool of dogs around his knees. 6 more. Maybe the previous generation. Some had fur frosted gray. Reacher watched the guy test out a bunch of alternative greetings in his mind, as if trying to find one to match his particular circumstances, in which a random pedestrian had shown up silently and magically on his doorstep in the middle of nowhere, but evidently failing to find one, because in the end all he said was, "Yes?" Reacher said, "Sir, I'm sorry to disturb you, but I was passing by," Jones said. The screen door creaked open ahead of him and slapped shut behind him. He walked away. All 12 dogs followed him to the picket gate. Chapter 16. Patty and Shorty had moved out to their lawn chairs. Patty was staring at the view, which contained the dead Honda and the stony lot, and then the flat 2 acres, and then the dark belt of trees beyond, implacable, like a wall. She looked at her watch. She said,
Why is it when someone says between 2 hours and 4 hours, it's always nearer 4 hours than 2 hours?
"Parkinson's disease," Shorty said. "Work expands to take up as much time as there is."
Law, Patty said, not disease. That's when you get the shakes.
"I thought that was when you quit drinking."
It's a lot of things.
"How much longer's he got?" Patty looked at her watch again and did a sum in her head.
33 minutes,
she said. Maybe he didn't mean to be exactly precise.
He said 2 hours minimum and 4 hours maximum. That sounds exactly precise to me. Then he said, I promise I'll get you on your way, cross my heart, with his accent.
Shorty watched the dark space where the track came out of the woods. He said, "Tell me about the mechanic things he told you."
Best part was he said he had to pay the bills. He said he was going to head out to the highway and maybe he would get lucky with a wreck. The way he said it sounded professional. It was the kind of thing only a mechanic would say. Who else would say lucky about a wreck?
"Yeah, he sounds real," Shorty said.
I think he's real, Patty said. I think he's coming.
They watched the track. The sun was higher and the front rank of trees was lit up bright. Solid trunks packed together, with more behind, with brush between, and brambles and fallen branches propped at crazy angles. Shorty said, "How long's he got now?" Patty checked her watch.
24 minutes,
she said. Shorty said nothing.
He promised,
she said. They watched the track. And he came. They felt it before they saw it. There was gradually a deep bass presence in the air in the distance, like a shuddering, like a tense moment in a movie, as if huge volumes of air were being bludgeoned aside. Then it resolved into the hammer-heavy throb of a giant diesel engine and the subsonic pulse of fat tires and tremendous weight. Then they saw it drive out of the trees. A tow truck, a huge one, industrial size, heavy duty. It was the kind of thing that could haul an 18-wheeler off the highway. It was bright red. Its engine was roaring, and it was grinding along in low gear. Patty stood up and waved. The truck bumped down off the blacktop into the lot. She had said it would be the shiniest truck you ever saw, purely from the guy's voice alone, and she had guessed exactly right. It was as bright as a carnival float. The red paint was waxed and polished. It had pinstripes and coach lines painted in gold. There were chrome lids and levers, all polished to a blinding shine. The guy's name was written on the side, proudly, a foot high, in a copperplate style. It was Karel, not Carol. "Wow," Shorty said. "This is great."
Sure seems to be,
Patty said. "Finally, we're out of here."
if he can fix it.
"We're out of here either way. He doesn't leave here without us, okay? Either he fixes our car or he gives us a ride. No matter what the assholes say, deal?"
Deal,
Patty said. The truck came to a stop behind the Honda, and it settled back to a grumbling idle. Way up high, the door opened, and a guy used one step of the ladder and then jumped the rest of the way down. He was medium-sized and wiry, bouncing on his toes, full of get-up-and-go. He had a shaved head. He looked like a photo in a war crimes trial, like a stone-faced lieutenant behind a renegade colonel in a black beret. But he was smiling. He had a twinkle in his eye. "Miss Sundstrom?" he said. "Mr. Fleck?"
Patty said, "Call us Patty and Shorty."
He said, "I'm Carol." She said,
"Thank you so much for coming."
He pulled an object from his pocket. It was a dirty black box the size of a deck of cards, with stubs of disconnected wires coming out. He said, "We got lucky with a wreck, way in the back of the junkyard. Same model as yours, same color even. Rear-ended by a gravel truck 6 months ago, but the front part was still okay." Then he smiled encouragingly and shooed them towards their door. "Go inside and pack your stuff," he said. "This is a 2-minute job."
"We packed already," Patty said. "We're good to go."
"Really?"
"We packed early this morning, or late last night. We wanted to be ready."
"Have you not enjoyed your stay?"
"We're anxious to get going. We should be somewhere else by now, that's all. Apart from that, it's a great place. Your friends have been very kind to us."
"No, I'm the new guy. They're not my friends yet. I think the last guy they used was their friend. But I think they had a falling out. So they started calling me instead, which was great. I wanted the business. I'm an ambitious guy." Shorty said, "I wouldn't want to work for them." "Why not?"
"I think they're weird."
Carol smiled. "They're clients on a list," he said. "The longer the list, the better I get through the hungry months."
"I still wouldn't," Shorty said.
"It's 9 quad bikes and 5 cars, guaranteed work. I can put up with a little weirdness in exchange for that."
5 cars?
"As of now, plus a ride-on lawnmower."
"They told us 1 car," Shorty said. "We saw it."
"Which one?"
"An old pickup truck."
"That's the beater they use around the property. On top of that, they got Mercedes-Benz SUVs, 1 apiece."
"You're kidding."
"Totally loaded."
"Where are they?"
"In the barn."
Shorty said nothing. Patty said, "I have a question."
Carol said, "Go ahead."
"How long have they been here?"
"This was their first season." She said,
"Please fix our car now."
"That's why I'm here," Carol said. He opened the Honda's hood with deft and practiced movements. He leaned forward and held the new black box down low, as if trying it for size. Then he backed off an inch and squinted, as if trying to get a better look. He extricated himself and stood up straight. He said, "Actually, your relay is in good shape." Patty said,
"Then why won't it start?"
Must be a different problem." Carol put the black box with the disconnected wires back in his pocket. He shuffled around the fender and approached from a different angle. "Try the key one more time," he said. "I want to hear how dead it is." Shorty got in behind the wheel and flipped the key on, off, click, 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 click. Carol said, "Okay, I get it." He shuffled a full 180, all the way around to the opposite fender, and he bent down again, where the battery was bolted into a skeletal cradle. He stuck his face right down and twisted his neck so he could see underneath. He brought his hand down and felt with his fingertip. Then he backed out and straightened up and stood still for a second. He glanced at the woods and then the other way, at room 12's corner. He stepped out until he could see beyond it, to the barn and the house. He came back and shooed Patty and Shorty up on their boardwalk over towards their door, looking back all the time as he came, as if checking they were all safely out of some theoretical line of vision. He said quietly, Did any of these guys work on your car? Peter did, Shorty said. Why?
He said he looked after the quad bikes, so we asked him to take a look.
He doesn't look after the quad bikes.
Did he screw it up?
Carol looked left and right. He cut the main positive feed coming out of the battery.
How? By accident?
Not possible by accident, Carol said. It's a pure copper wire thicker than your finger. You would need a big pair of pliers with a wire cutter blade. It would take some strength. You would definitely know you were doing it. It would be an act of deliberate sabotage.
Peter had a pair of pliers. Yesterday morning I saw him.
It's like disconnecting the battery completely. Zero electrical activity anywhere. The vehicle is paralyzed, which is exactly your symptom.
I want to see,
Shorty said.
Me too,
Patty said. Carol said, look underneath. They took it in turns, leaning deep over the engine bay, ducking down, twisting their necks. They saw a stiff black wire, clearly chopped in half, the ends displaced, the cut faces gleaming as fresh as new pennies. They walked back to where Carol was standing. He said, I'm sorry, but I don't know what to tell you. I don't really know these guys very well. I have to assume this was their idea of a practical joke, but it's a really stupid one. It won't be cheap to fix. That kind of wire is almost rigid. It's like plumbing. You have to remove a whole bunch of other components just to get near it.
Don't fix it,
Patty said.
Don't even think about it. Just get us out of here this minute. Give us a ride right now.
Why?
It wasn't a practical joke. They're keeping us here. They won't let us leave. We're like prisoners.
That sounds pretty weird.
But it's true. They're stringing us along. Everything they tell us is lies.
Like what?
They said we were the first guests in this room, but I don't think we are.
That's totally weird.
Why?
There were people in this room a month ago. I know that for sure, because I had to bring a tire to a guy in room 9.
They said you were their good friend.
That was the second time I ever met them.
They implied they'd been here at least 3 years.
That's not right. They showed up 1.5 years ago. There was a big fight over a building permit.
They said their phone was out yesterday, but I bet it wasn't. They just wanted to keep us here.
But why would they? Money?
We thought of that,
Shorty said. We were about to run out. Anyone would run out sooner or later. Then what would they do? This is very weird, Carol said. He stood there, uncertain.
Please give us a ride,
Patty said.
Please? We have to get out of here. We'll pay you $50.
What about your car?
We'll leave it here. We were going to sell it anyway.
It wouldn't be worth much.
Exactly. We don't care what happens to it, but we've got to go. We have to get out, right now, this minute. You're our only hope. We're prisoners here.
She stared at him. He nodded slowly. Then again, taking charge. He stepped back and looked left and right, craning over both his shoulders. He glanced at his giant truck and the dimensions of the lot, measuring it, scoping it out, and then he glanced into the room at the neat arrangement of luggage. Okay, he said. Time to arrange a jailbreak.
Thank you,
Patty said. But first I need to ask an embarrassing question.
What?
Did you pay your bill? I would get in trouble if I helped you skip out in secret. There are innkeeper laws here.
We paid last night,
Shorty said.
We're good until noon.
Okay, Carol said. So let's think for a minute. We should err on the side of caution. We should assume the worst case. We don't know how they're going to react to this. Therefore, it's probably better if they don't see it happening, agreed?
Much better,
Patty said. So you guys stay out of sight while I turn the truck around, so it's facing in the right direction. Then you guys grab your bags and hop on board, and away we go. by which time nothing will be able to stop us. Even the Mercedes-Benz would bounce right off, okay?
We're good to go,
Shorty said. Carol looked in the door at the suitcase.
That's pretty big, he said.
Can you lift it? Want me to come back and help?
I can do it.
Show me. A delay could screw this up. Patty went in first. She picked up the overnight bags, one in each hand, and stood out the way so Shorty could get to the main attraction. He wrapped both fists around the new rope handle and hauled, and the case came up 6 inches in the air. Carol watched from the doorway, as if judging. He said,
"How fast can you move with it?"
"Don't worry," Shorty said. "I won't screw up." Carol looked at him, and then at Patty. She with a small bag in each hand, he with the big bag in both, the two of them standing there side by side in the space between the bed and the AC. He said,
"Okay, wait there, and don't come out until I get turned around. Then Patty comes out first. She throws the small bags up in the cab and climbs in after them. Then Shorty comes out and boosts the suitcase up, and Patty leans down and hauls it in, and then Shorty climbs up. Does that make sense?"
"Sounds good," Shorty said.
"Okay," Carol said. "Be ready."
He leaned in the doorway and grabbed the knob and closed the door on them. Through the window, they saw him hustle across the dirt and climb the ladder to the cab. They heard the engine roar and saw the truck jerk into gear and move slowly away, right to left, out of sight. They waited. It didn't come back. They waited. Nothing. No sound. No movement. Nothing out the window except the view as before. The Honda, the lot, the grass, the wall of trees. Shorty said,
"Maybe he got hung up for a minute. Maybe the assholes came out and started talking to him." "He's been gone longer than a minute,"
Patty said. She put her bags down and stepped closer to the window. She craned her neck and peered out.
"Can't see anything,"
she said. Shorty put the suitcase down. He joined her at the window. He said,
"I could go check from the corner." "They might see you. They're probably all standing around talking. What else can they be doing? How long does it take to turn a truck around?"
"I'll be careful," Shorty said. He stepped to the door. He turned the knob and pulled. But the door was stuck. It wouldn't move at all. He checked it was properly unlocked from the inside, and he tried the knob both ways. Nothing happened. Patty stared at him. He pulled harder. He put one meaty palm flat on the wall and hauled. Nothing.
"They locked us in,"
Patty said.
"How?" "They must have a button in the house, like remote control. I think they've been messing with it all along." "That's completely crazy. What isn't here?"
They stared out the window. The Honda, the lot, the grass, the wall of trees. Nothing else. Then the window blind motored down in front of them, and the room went dark. Chapter 17. Carol stepped into the back parlor, and the others crowded around and whooped and hooted and slapped him on the back. Stephen ducked away and pattered at a keyboard, and the video on the screens rewound at high speed. 3 jerky figures racing around, doing everything fast and backward. He put on a TV voice and said, "Folks, let's go to the action replay, and let's ask the men of the hour how it felt to hit that big grand slam." He changed to forward motion and normal speed, and on the screens, Carol was seen smiling encouragingly and shooing Patty and Shorty towards their door. The audio caught him saying, "Go inside and pack your stuff. This is a 2-minute job." "But it's a swing and a miss," the real Carol said in a TV voice of his own, like a scratchy signal coming in all the way from the Balkans. "The first at bat is a strikeout." On the screens, Patty said,
"We packed already."
In the parlor, Carol said, "And from that point onward, I was just making it up as I went along. I figured something might happen sooner or later. I knew all I needed to do was maneuver them into the room and close the door. In the end, I got lucky." The others hooted and hollered again, but Mark said, "There was no luck involved. That was a virtuoso performance. We should save this video forever. We should learn it by heart. It was like hearing a maestro play the violin. Huh, you've done this before, haven't you, Carol?" The parlor went quiet. On the screens, the video ran on, with the three figures huddled between the Honda and the boardwalk, talking low. Mark said, "You distanced yourself from us by pretending not to be our friend, which purely by default generated a closer bond with them. They fell right into it. They did this to themselves. They became almost intimate, which you then built on by confirming their worst fears about certain inconsistencies they had noticed. Then you doubled down even more by slowly agreeing to help them escape. It was a masterpiece of emotional manipulation. It was a perfectly constructed roller coaster. They were worried all morning, then suddenly filled with intense hope, which then increased to actual euphoria as they stood there, bags in hand, waiting to go, and now they're suddenly sick with utter defeat." Stephen clicked to a live feed. Patty and Shorty were sitting on their bed, in the dark, not moving at all. "It works better this way," Carol said. "I promise. It's better when they're in touch with their feelings. It marinates their brains. It makes them more fun later. Cross my heart." Then he said, "I'll see you soon," and walked out the door. Reacher saw the left turn coming up. It was 100 yards ahead. It met the main drag at an oblique angle and curved gently away, as if reluctant. Then it ran onward through apple orchards. He walked on towards it. Halfway there, he had to step up on the grass shoulder to let a giant tow truck blow by. It was huge and bright red and spotlessly clean. It had gold pinstripes all over it. It shook the ground under his feet. He watched it go. Then he walked on again and took the turn. The side road was narrower than the main drag, but wide enough and hard enough for the kind of primitive trucks they might have used long ago for hauling wood or coal or tin. On either side in the orchards, the apple trees were bending over with heavy fruit. He could smell it in the air. He could smell hot, dry grass. He could hear the buzz of insects. Overhead, a hawk rode the thermals. Then 1/2 mile after its reluctant turn away from Laconia, the road turned again, as if definitively due west. After that, it ran straight into the distance, through more apple orchards, towards a small, shiny dot, which Reacher figured might be a parked car. Beyond that seemed to be trees of a different green. He walked on. As he got closer, he saw the dot was indeed a car. Shiny because of the power of the sun, not because of the paint on the car. It looked like a battered old lump. Eventually, he saw it was a Subaru, a little like the one he had ridden in with the contractor with the inspector problem. Genetically related, but 20 years older. Like an ancestor. It was parked head-on against a wooden fence that ran side to side where the blacktop ended. Beyond the fence was another acre of apple orchard, and then another fence, beyond which were wild trees with bigger leaves. There was a guy in the Subaru. He was sitting behind the wheel. Reacher could see the collar of a blue denim jacket and a long gray ponytail. The guy wasn't moving. He was just staring ahead through the windshield. Reacher walked the length of the car on the passenger side and stopped with his back to the guy and his hips against the fence. The next fence was 100 yards away. The trees beyond it looked like regular New England species, densely but randomly scattered, twisted and competing. Which might be what happened when seeds blew in. Also, the fence looked straight. Promising. Behind him, he heard a car door open, and a voice said, "You're the man who talked to Bruce Jones." Reacher turned around and said, "Am I?" The guy from the Subaru was a reedy character, maybe 70 years old, tall but cadaverous. Under his jacket, his shoulders looked like a coat hanger. He said, "He showed you the newsletter I wrote." "That was you?" "The very same. He called me. He thought I might be interested, that you were interested. I was, so I came out to meet you." "How'd you know where?" "You're looking for Ryantown," the guy said. "Have I found it?" "Straight ahead." "Those trees?" "They thin out in the center. You can see pretty well." "Sure I won't get poisoned?" "Tin has the potential to be dangerous. More than 100 milligrams of tin per cubic meter of air is immediately injurious to life and health. What's worse is when tin bonds with certain hydrocarbons to make organotins. Some of those compounds are more lethal than cyanide. That's what I was worried about." "What happened with that in the end?" "The chemistry didn't say what it needed to say." "Even though top scientists were working on it?" "In the end, the corporation in Colorado banned me from trespassing on what I insisted was their land. They took out a restraining order to keep me away. I can't go beyond this fence." "Pity," Reacher said. "You could have shown me around." "What's your name?" "Reacher." The guy said an address, a street number and a street name. The same name and the same number Reacher had seen in Cubicle 4 on the screen from the census when his father was 2. "It was on the ground floor," the guy said. "Some of the tile is still there, in the kitchen. It was still there 8 years ago, anyway." "You haven't been back?" "You can't fight City Hall." "Who would know?" Reacher said. "Just this once." The guy didn't answer. Reacher said, "Wait." He looked ahead, across the 100 yards of orchard, to the second fence and the trees beyond. He said, "If that's Ryantown over there, why does the road stop here?" "It used to go all the way," the guy said. "Technically, the apple farmer's only squatting on this part of his land. About 40 years ago, a cold winter froze the blacktop off, and the next winter broke the base up. So in the spring, the farmer borrowed a bulldozer and planted some more apple trees. Then in the summer, the county came by and fixed what it could see. In the fall, the farmer threw up this fence, and from that point onward, it was a done deal. But good luck ever selling that parcel. The title search won't come back pretty." Okay, he wasn't alone. Reacher got close. The big guy turned to face him. He wrestled the old guy around in front and used him like a human shield. Reacher stopped 6 feet away. He said, "Let him go." Just 3 words, but in a tone also learned long ago, with whole extra paragraphs hidden in the dying vowel sound at the end of the phrase, about the inevitable and catastrophic result of attempted resistance. The big guy let the old guy go. But he wasn't quitting. No, sir. He wanted Reacher to be sure about that. He made it like he wanted to free up his hands anyway, for more important purposes. He shoved the old guy aside and stepped right into Reacher's space, not more than 4 feet away. He was 20-some years old, dark-haired and unshaven, more than 6 feet and 200 pounds, tanned and muscled by outdoor labor. He said, "This is none of your business." Reacher thought, what is this, Groundhog Day? But out loud, he said, "You were committing a crime on public land. I would be failing in my duty as a citizen if I didn't point it out. That's how civilization works." The guy glanced away to the south and back again. He said, "This ain't public land. This is my granddaddy's apple farm, and neither of you should be here. Him because he ain't allowed, and you because you're trespassing." "This is the road," Reacher said. "Your granddaddy stole it from the county 40 years ago, back when he was a brave young fella, like you are now." The guy glanced south again, but this time he didn't glance back. Reacher turned and saw another guy approaching, walking fast between 2 lines of trees where the orchard came down a slope. He looked the same as the first guy, except a generation older, not more. The daddy, perhaps. Not the granddaddy. Better genes than his son, cleaner t-shirt, deeper tan, grayer hair. Built the same, but 50-something. He arrived and said, "What's going on here?" Reacher said, "You tell me." "Who are you?" "Just a guy standing on the public road asking you a question." "This is not the public road." That's the problem with denial. Reality doesn't care what you think. It just keeps rolling along. This is the road. Always was, still is. "What's your question?" "I saw your boy physically assaulting this much older gentleman. I guess my question is how well you think that reflects on your parenting skills." "In this case, pretty damn well," the new guy said. "What are our apples worth if people think our water is poisoned?" "That all was 8 years ago," Reacher said. "It came to nothing anyway. The top scientists in the world said your water is okay, so get over it, with a little humility. Probably you said some dumb things 8 years ago. Should I twist your arm today?" The old guy with the ponytail said, "Technically, they have a contract with the corporation in Colorado. There was a rider on the restraining order. It said they get paid if they can prove I was here. I hoped they'd forgotten the arrangement. Apparently they hadn't. They saw my car." "How do they prove it?" "They just did. They texted a picture. That's where he went. No cell signal except up on the rise." "Law and order," the daddy said. "It's what this country needs." Except for the part about stealing the county road to grow more apples. "I'm getting sick of hearing you say that over and over." It's the sound of reality rolling along. "Why were you in the woods anyway?" "None of your business," Reacher said. "Maybe it is our business. We have a relationship with the landowner." "You can't text a picture of me." "Why not?" "You would have to take your phone out of your pocket, whereupon I would take it away from you and break it. I guess that's why you can't." "There are 2 of us, 2 phones." "Still not enough. You should call for reinforcements. But oh dear, you can't. No cell signal except up on the rise." "You're a cocky son of a bitch, aren't you?" "I prefer realistic," Reacher said. "Want to put it to the test?" "I would have an ethical dilemma. It might scar the boy for life to see his daddy laid out in front of him. Equally, it might scar you to see your boy laid out. After being unable to protect him, I mean. You might feel bad about that. I believe it's a parenting thing. I wouldn't know for sure. I'm not a father myself, but I can imagine." The guy didn't reply. Reacher said, "Wait." He looked south, between the 2 lines of trees, where the orchard came down the slope. "You were on your way back," he said. "The text was already sent from the top of the hill. The photograph must have been taken some moments before that. So why was our mutual friend still here with his arms behind his back?" No answer. The guy with the ponytail said, "I was to get a beating, so I would learn my lesson, just as soon as the text was sent and their money was guaranteed. At that point, they didn't know you were in the woods, too." "That shouldn't really make a difference," Reacher said. "Should it? Not to men of conviction, surely." He looked at the daddy and then at the son, full in the eye. He said, "Time is wasting, guys. Go ahead and give him his beating." No one moved. Reacher looked at the young guy. He said, "It's okay. He won't hurt you. He's 70 years old. You could push him over with a feather. He's nothing to be scared of." The guy moved his head like a dog sniffing the air. "It's a binary choice now," Reacher said. "Either you hit him or you're scared of him." No response. "Or maybe it's conscience trouble. Maybe that's it. You don't want to hit an old guy. You really don't. But hey, Think about the apples. You have a job to do. I get it. In fact, I could help you out. You could give me a beating first. That way you would feel you had earned it when you start in on the old guy. It might make you feel less troubled." No response. "Why not?" Reacher said. "You scared of me too? Scared I'm gonna hurt you?" "I have to tell you, it's a possibility. Full disclosure. You need to make an informed decision, because now it really is a binary choice. Either you hit me, or you're scared of me." No answer. Reacher stepped in close. The opposite of risky. Better to crowd him. If the kid was dumb enough to throw a punch, it was better to smother it early, before it had speed and development and direction. Which would be easy enough, if the kid was dumb enough. Reacher was 30 pounds heavier and 3 inches taller and probably 5 inches longer in the arm. That much was visible. The kid was dumb enough. His shoulder jerked back in what Reacher took to be the early warning stages of what was no doubt intended to be a short clubbing right to his face, which gave him a choice. Either instantaneous reaction, involving a wide outward sweeping gesture with his left forearm, designed to deflect the incoming short right, while his own short right crashed home, which would be in any realistic sense the best move to make. It would be fast, hard, and elegantly abrupt. But it wouldn't be forensic. Reacher felt like he was in front of a jury, like he was giving evidence, or being asked to explain it like an expert witness. He felt in order to be effective, he should let the narrative unspool a little longer than an instant. A crime required both intent and action, and he felt he should let both components become plainly visible, all the way to where they were provable beyond a reasonable doubt. So he jerked his head sideways and let the short right fizz past his ear in all its glory. A big punch now, right there for every eye to see, unmistakable, obvious in its intent. And then he waited for the kid to drag his fist back unrequited, and then he waited again, for what felt to him like a very long interval, purely to allow adequate time for jury room deliberations. And then he hit the kid under the chin with a solid right-hand uppercut. The kid went up weightless in his boots, and then collapsed backward on the grass with a bristly thump, with all kinds of dust and pollen puffing up in the sunshine. The kid's limbs went slack, and his head lolled to the side. Reacher gave the guy with the ponytail a let's go nod. Then he looked at the kid's daddy. "Parenting tip," he said. "Don't leave him lying in the road. He could get run over." "I won't forget this." "That's the difference between us," Reacher said. "I already have." He caught up to the old guy, and they walked the second 50 yards together, back to the ancient Subaru. Eventually, Patty got up off the bed. She walked to the door where the light switch was. 3 steps. Through the first, she was certain the power would still be on. Through the second, she was sure it would be off. If they could lock the door and shade the window by remote control, surely they could kill the electricity. Then she changed her mind again. Why would they? Through the third step, she was once again convinced it would be on. Because of the meals. Why would they give them meals and then expect them to eat in the dark? Then she remembered the flashlights. What were they for? She remembered Shorty's comment. In case you have to eat in the dark. Maybe not so dumb. She tried the switch. It worked. The lights came on, hot and yellow. She hated electric light in the daytime. She tried the door. Still locked. She tried the buttons for the window blind. Nothing. Shorty sat still in the brassy glare and watched her. She turned and looked all around the room. At the furniture. At their bags, still where they had dropped them when the truck didn't come back. At the walls, and the slim molding where they met the ceiling, at the ceiling itself. It was a snowy expanse of perfectly smooth old-fashioned New England white, containing nothing except a smoke alarm and a bulkhead light, both above the bed. Shorty said, "What?" Patty looked back at their bags. She said,
How well were they hidden?
"Where?"
In the hedge, Shorty.
"Pretty well," he said. "The big one is heavy. It squashed right down, you saw."
And then Peter got lucky and got his truck started and took it down the track to warm it up, there and back, real quick. Yet he had time to spot our luggage. Maybe it was his headlights as he turned. Maybe it was more visible from behind. It was on the right. He would have turned counterclockwise. Different view than you got with the flashlight. You checked from the road. He had time to make a rope handle.
Shorty said nothing.
Using rope he just happened to have with him.
She said, "What are you thinking?"
There were other things, too.
She said,
We made fun of Carol for saying he might get lucky with a wreck. And then he said it right back to us, practically the first thing out of his mouth. In the back of the junkyard.
"Maybe he says it a lot."
Why did they make a rope handle?
"Well, I thought they were maybe helping us."
Are you kidding?
"I suppose. I didn't understand it."
They were taunting us.
"Were they?"
We talked about getting a rope to make a handle, so that's exactly what they did. They got a rope and made a handle, to demonstrate their power, and to show us how they're secretly laughing up their sleeves at us.
"How could they know what we talked about?"
They're listening to us,
Patty said.
There's a microphone in this room.
"That's crazy."
You got another explanation?
"Where is it?"
Maybe in the light.
They both squinted at it, hot and yellow. Shorty said, "Mostly we talked outside, in the chairs."
Then there must be a microphone out there, too. That's how Peter found our luggage. They heard us talking about where to put it. They heard the whole plan. Back and forth with the damn quad bike. Which is why Mark said we must be tired. Which was a weird remark otherwise. But he knew what we had been doing. Because we told him ahead of time.
"What else did we say?"
Lots of things. You said maybe Canadian cars are different. And the next thing we hear is, hey, Canadian cars are different. They were listening all along.
"What else?"
Doesn't matter what else. What else we said is not what matters. What matters is what we say next.
"Which is what?"
Nothing,
Patty said.
We can't even plan what to do. Because they'll hear us.
Chapter 19. Reacher and the guy with the ponytail climbed the fence and walked to the Subaru. The guy said, "You were pretty rough back there." "Not really," Reacher said. "I hit him once. There is no smaller number. It was the irreducible minimum. It was almost kind-hearted. I assume he has a dental plan." "His father meant what he said. He won't forget. That family has a reputation to keep up. They'll have to do something." Reacher stared at him. Deja vu all over again. The guy said, "They think they're top dogs around here. They'll worry that word will get out. They won't want people laughing at them behind their backs. So they'll have to come looking for you." "Who?" Reacher said. "The granddad?" "They offer a lot of seasonal work. They get a lot of loyalty in exchange." "How much more do you know about Ryantown?" The guy paused a beat. He said, "There's an old man you should talk to. I was debating whether to mention him at all, because honestly I think you should get going instead." Pursued by a large and hostile crowd of fruit pickers? "These are not pleasant people." "How bad can they be?" "You should get going." "Where's the old man I should talk to?" "You couldn't see him before tomorrow. It would have to be arranged." "How old is he?" "I guess more than 90 now." From Ryantown originally? His cousins were. He spent time there. Does he remember people? He claims to. I interviewed him about the tin. I asked him about kids who got sick. He came up with a list of names. But they were just regular childhood ailments. Nothing.
They have the rest of the day to plan. They'll mobilize before midnight. They'll be here by morning. The distances are not great. They'll have your description with them. Therefore, Shaw is going to dial it up to 11 before first light. He's going to treat this place like a war zone. Where does this very old man live?
In a home somewhere out of town. A guy I met is going to pick me up.
What guy?
8 years ago, he thought the water was contaminated.
Was it?
Apparently not. It's a sore point.
Where's he going to pick you up?
Where he let me out.
At an agreed-upon time?
9:30 on the dot. Something about visiting hours. Amos paused a beat.
Okay, she said. You're authorized to do that. But you'll do it my way. You don't leave your room at any point. No one ever sees you. And at 9:30 in the morning exactly, you run straight to the car with your head down. And you drive away. And you don't come back. That's the deal I'm offering. Or we run you out now.
I already paid for my room, Reacher said. Running me out now would be an injustice.
I'm serious, she said. This is not the OK Corral. This is collateral damage just waiting to happen. If they miss you, they'll hit 2 other people instead. Watch my lips. We are not going to allow drive-by shootings in our town. No way. This is Laconia, not Los Angeles. And with respect, Major, you should support our position. You should know better than to put innocent bystanders at risk.
Relax, Reacher said. I support your position. I support it big time. I'll do everything your way, I promise, starting tomorrow. Today, I'm still legal.
Start when it gets dark tonight, Amos said. Play it safe. For my sake.
She took out a business card and handed it to him. She said,
Call me if you need me.
Chapter 20. Patty took off her shoes, because she was Canadian, and stepped up on the bed and stood upright on the bouncy surface. She shuffled sideways and tilted her face up towards the light. She said, loudly,
Please raise the window blind. As a personal favor to me. I want to see daylight. What possible harm could it do? No one ever comes here.
Then she climbed down and sat on the edge of the mattress to put her shoes back on. Shorty watched the window, like he was watching a ball game on a television screen. The same kind of close attention. The blind stayed down. He shrugged.
Good try,
he mouthed silently.
They're discussing it,
she mouthed back. They waited again. And then the blind rolled up. The motor whirred, and a blue bar of bright afternoon light came spilling in, narrow at first, but widening all the time until it filled the room with sunshine. Patty glanced up at the ceiling.
Thank you,
she said. She walked to the door to kill the hot yellow bulb. 3 steps. The first felt good, because she liked the daylight. The second felt better, because she had made them do something for her. She had established a line of communication. She had made them understand she was a person. But then the third step felt worse again, because she realized she had given them leverage. She had told them what she feared to lose. She put her elbows on the sill and her forehead on the glass and stared out at the view. It was unchanged. The Honda, the lot, the grass, the wall of trees. Nothing else. In the back parlor over at the house, Mark finished a phone call and put the receiver down. He checked the screens. Patty was happy. He turned to face the others. Listen up, he said. That was a neighbor on the phone. Some old apple farmer 20 miles south of here. They had a guy there today making trouble. They want us to keep an eye out for him, in case he happens to come by looking for a room. They'll send folks up to get him. Apparently they need to teach him a lesson."
"He won't come by," Peter said. "We took the signs down."
The apple farmer said this was a big rough guy, which is exactly what our friend at the county office said, too. About a big rough guy named Reacher, who was researching his family history, who looked at 4 separate censuses, at least 2 of which must have had a Ryantown address, which is a place where theoretically I had distant relatives, and which is a place right there in the corner of the apple farm in question. This guy is mapping out Reacher real estate. He's going from parcel to parcel. He must be some kind of mad hobbyist. You think he'll come here? My grandfather's name is still on the deed, but that was after Ryantown. It was after they got rich."
"We don't need this now," Robert said. "We have bigger fish to fry. The first arrival is less than 12 hours away."
"He won't come here," Mark said. "He must be a different branch of the family. I never heard about anyone like that. He'll stick to his own lineage, surely. Everyone does. No reason why he would come here." "We just rolled their blind up." "Leave it up," Mark said. "He won't come here." "They could signal for help. Watch the track and listen for the bell."
"Why would we need to if he won't come here?"
"Because someone else might. Anyone could. We need maximum vigilance now."
"Because this is where we earn it, guys.
Attention to detail today pays dividends tomorrow." Stephen switched out the screens either side of center to 2 alternate views of the mouth of the track, where it came out of the trees. 1 close-up, 1 wide-angle. Nothing was moving. Reacher did it Amos's way. He went back to his room and holed up for the rest of the afternoon. No one saw him, which was good. Except dinner was going to be a problem. The place he had picked to stay was just a bijou little inn. There was no room service. Probably no catering at all, except bought-in muffins for the breakfast buffet. Free in the lobby. But not yet. Not for another 12 hours at the earliest. Probably closer to 14. A person could starve to death. He looked out the window, which was a waste of time because it showed him nothing but the back of the next street. But he knew the place with the all-day breakfast was only a block away. If he went there, who would see him? Maximum 2 or 3 passers-by on a single downtown block in a town like Laconia at sundown, plus the customers in the coffee shop, plus the waitstaff, who had already seen him once, at lunchtime, not long before. Which was not good. Yes, they could say, he's in here all the time. He's practically a regular. Which would then focus any subsequent search on the immediate neighborhood. The bijou inn with the faded colors would be target number 1, front and center, the obvious location, perhaps worthy of an immediate visit. Maybe first thing in the morning, you found a problem with the documents? No, Carrington said. They rang true. They were beautifully done, among the best I ever saw. The 1940 in particular was a Hall of Fame census. We believed every word. That sounds pinned down pretty good to me. Like I said, you develop a feel. You're in their world, right there with them. You become them through the documents. Except you know what happens next and they don't. You stand a little apart. You know the end of the movie. So you're thinking like them, but you're also noticing which ones will be proved wise or foolish by future events. And there's something wrong with the story you told me. But not in the documents. Some other part. But you don't know what. Can't pin it down. Then the waitress came by and took their orders, and the conversation moved on to other things. Reacher didn't turn it back. He didn't want to ruin their evening. He let them talk about whatever they felt like, and he joined in wherever he could. He ate a main course only and got up to go. He wanted them to have dessert on their own. It seemed the least he could do. They didn't object. He made them take a 20. They said it was too much. He said tell the waitress to keep the change. He stepped out the door and turned right, back the way he had come. The dark was noticeably darker. The streets were noticeably quieter. Traffic was light. No one was walking. The stores were all closed. A car came by from behind, and it drove on ahead, maybe a little slower than it wanted to, like nighttime cars in towns everywhere. Nothing to worry about, the back part of his brain told him, after computing 1,000 points of instinctive data about speed and direction and intent and consistency, and coming up with a result right in the center of normal. Then it saw something that wasn't. Headlights coming towards him, 100 yards away, big and blinding and spaced high and wide, a large vehicle, dead level, as if it was driving in the middle of the road, as if it was straddling the line. And it was driving slow, which is what rang the bell. Neither one speed or another. Wrong for the context. Like a cautious rush hour creep, but one click slower, as if the driver was also preoccupied with something else. A modern person might have guessed his phone, but Reacher thought the guy was searching for something, visually, hence the central position, hence the bright lights. He was sweeping both sidewalks at once. Searching for what? Or searching for who? It was a large vehicle, maybe a cop car. Cops were allowed to drive slow in the middle of the road. They were allowed to search for whatever or whoever they wanted. He was pinned by the lights. They washed over him, hard and blue and bright, and then they slid past him, and suddenly he was in a half-gray world, half lit by the bright light's reflection off the night mist ahead. He turned and saw a pickup truck, high and shiny and handsome, immensely long, with 2 rows of seats and a long, long bed, and big chrome wheels turning slow, just rolling along, relaxed as can be. It was on the inside where the action was happening. It looked like an explosion of incredulous joy, like a crazy bet was paying out. The impossible had happened. 5 faces were swiveling towards him. 5 pairs of eyes were locked on his. 5 mouths were open. One of them was moving. It was saying, "That's him." The guy with the moving mouth was the daddy from the apple farm. Chapter 21. The guy from the apple farm was in the second row, behind the driver. Not a natural squad leader position. Not a throne of authority, like the front passenger seat. Maybe the guy saw himself more as an active duty soldier, just one of the boys. Which was encouraging. It might indicate a low bar, at least a lowered average. Like looking at the opposition batting order. It was nice to know there was a guy you could get out. The other 4 were a generation younger, not so different from the kid in the orchard. Same kind of build, same kind of muscle, same kind of tan. The same human species. But poorer, different kind of grandfather. No one said life was fair. But they looked happy to help. Picking time was coming up. Maybe baby needed shoes. The truck squelched to a stop, and all 4 doors opened in a ragged sequence. 5 men jumped down. Boots clattered on the blacktop. 2 guys came around the hood and formed up shoulder to shoulder with the other 3, with the older guy right in the middle, all of them gray and ghostly in the reflected half-light. They looked like a faded billboard for an old-time black-and-white movie, some sentimental story. Maybe their mother died young and the old guy raised them all solo. Now they're grateful. Or now, for the first time ever, a fractured family is seeing eye to eye because of a terrible external threat. Some kind of dramatic hokum. They were acting it out. Reacher was thinking about Brenda Amos.
We don't want trouble here.
But she was talking about collateral damage, which in this case was likely to be very minor, even non-existent. The street was empty. There were no guns. There was no action at all. Not yet. Just a staring competition. And posing. which Reacher guessed he was too. He was acting relaxed and unconcerned, standing easy, almost smiling, but not quite, as if he had just found out an irksome task might need attention before an otherwise excellent day came finally to a close. Opposite him, the other 5 were still giving it the full-on shoulder-to-shoulder thing, with high crossed arms and hard tilted-up stares, and slowly it dawned on Reacher that their display was not after all intended to be seen as a narrative tableau, with a poignant implied backstory explaining their sudden new solidarity. It was intended to be seen as a much less subtle message. It was a raw statement of numbers, nothing more. It was 5 against 1. The guy from the apple farm said, "You need to come with us." Reacher said, "Do I?" "Best to come quietly." Reacher said nothing. The guy said, "Well?" "I'm trying to figure out where that would fall on a scale of likelihood, where 10 means it's extremely likely to happen and 1 means it ain't gonna happen in a million years. I have to tell you, right now the numbers popping up in my mind are all fairly small." "Your choice," the guy said. "You could save yourself a couple of bruises, but you're coming with us one way or the other. You put your hands on my son." "Only one hand," Reacher said, "and only briefly. Not much more than a tap. The kid's got a glass jaw. You should look after him better. You should explain to him why he can't play with the grown-ups. It's cruel not to. You're doing him a disservice." The guy didn't answer. Reacher said, "Are these new boys any better? I sure hope so. Or you need to explain to them, too. This is the big leagues now." A ripple ran down the line, like a little spasm. Sharply drawn breaths rustled arms against chests, and jabbed glares jerked heads above shoulders.
"We don't want trouble here,"
Reacher said, "We don't have to do this." The guy from the farm said, "Yes, we do." "This is a nice town. We shouldn't make a mess." "Then come with us." "Where to?" "You'll see." "We already discussed that part. Right now, the likelihood is still close to 0. But hey, I'm open to offers. You could sweeten the deal." "What?" "You could pay me, or offer me something." "We're offering you the chance to save yourself a couple of extra bruises." Reacher nodded. "You mentioned that before," he said. It raised a number of questions. He looked left and right and back again at the 4 younger guys. He asked, "Where were you born?" None of them answered. "You should tell me," he said. "It's important to your futures." "Around here," one of them said. "And then you grew up around here?" "Yes." "Not Southie or the Bronx or South Central L.A.?
"No."
"Not in a shanty town outside of Rio de Janeiro, or in Baltimore or Detroit?"
"No."
"Any law enforcement experience?"
"No."
"Have you done time in prison?"
"No."
"Any military service?"
"No."
"Any secret clandestine training by Mossad or the SAS in Britain or the French Foreign Legion?"
"No."
"You understand this is going to be different than picking apples, right?" The boy didn't answer. Reacher turned back to the guy from the apple farm. "See the problem?" he said. "This whole thing with the bruises just doesn't work. It has no internal logic. It's an optical illusion. You're offering the absence of something you can't deliver anyway. Not with this crew. You need to do better than that. Use your imagination. An inducement is required. Maybe a large cash payment would be tempting. Or the keys to the truck. Or maybe one of these boys could introduce me to his sister. Just one night. He could tear himself away." He knew they would all react, which was exactly what he wanted, but he didn't know which one of them would react first and fastest, so he stayed loose, already winding up his countermeasures, but keeping his aim flexible, as long as he could, hoping he would know before the point of no return, when finally he had to commit to a direction. And he did, because the kid to the left of center started forward a foot ahead of the others, enraged by the abuse and derision. So Reacher lined him up and threw his punch. Legend had it the fastest hands in boxing could move at 30 miles an hour, much faster than Reacher, who was happy with 20. But even at that slower speed, his fist crossed the yard of air in front of him in 1/10 of a second, virtually instantaneous. It hit the kid in the face, and then Reacher snapped it back just as fast, like a crisp parade ground move, and he stood upright and easy, like nothing had happened, like you had blinked and missed it. Just for the drama. The kid fell down. 50 yards away, Elizabeth Castle and Carter Carrington stepped out of the bistro. He said something, and she laughed. The sound was loud in the empty street. The guys from the truck turned to look. Not the guy on the ground. He wasn't doing anything. 50 yards away, Carrington took Elizabeth Castle's hand, and they turned together and set out walking. Head on. Approaching. They were lit flat and bright by the stopped truck's lights, like Reacher had been. He watched them for a second, and then he turned to the farm guy and said, "Now you got a choice of your own. The city attorney is coming, a credible witness, if nothing else. I'm prepared to stick around and slug it out. Are you?" The guy from the farm glanced down the street at the approaching couple, all lit up, now 40 yards away. Their heels were loud on the brick. Elizabeth Castle laughed again. The guy from the farm said nothing. Reacher nodded. "I understand," he said. "You don't like letting things go, because you're the top dog. I get it. So I'll make it easy for you. I'll make sure we meet again. Tomorrow or the next day, one day soon. I'll come back to Ryantown. I'm sure I'll want to. Keep an eye out for me." He walked away. He didn't look back. Behind him, he heard nothing for a second, and then he heard muttered commands and scuffling feet, and the truck backing up, and thumps and gasps as the groggy guy was hauled up off the ground and stuffed in a seat. He heard a door slam. Then he turned in on a side street and heard nothing more, all the way back to his room, where he stayed the rest of the night. He caught most of a meaningless late-season Red Sox game out of Boston, and then the late local news, and then he went to bed, where he slept soundly. Until 1 minute past 3 in the morning. Chapter 22. Patty was still awake at 1 minute past 3 in the morning, having not slept at all. Shorty had kept her company most of the time, but finally he had closed his eyes. Just a nap, he said, which had so far lasted an hour. He was snoring. They had eaten the 4th of their 6 meals. They had drunk the 4th of their 6 bottles of water. They had 2 of everything left, breakfast and lunch the next day. Then what? She didn't know. Which was why she was still awake at 1 minute past 3 in the morning, having not slept at all. She didn't understand. They were in a warm and comfortable room with electricity and hot and cold running water. There was a shower and a toilet. There were towels and soap and tissues. They had not been assaulted or abused or threatened or leered at or touched or treated inappropriately in any way, apart from being locked up against their will. Why? What was the reason? What was the purpose? Who was she, and who was Shorty in the grand scheme of things? What good were they to anybody? She took the question seriously. They were poor, and everyone they knew was poor. A ransom note would be a joke. They knew no industrial secrets. They had no specialized knowledge. People had been growing potatoes and sawing wood in North America for hundreds of years, maybe thousands. Both processes were pretty much figured out by that point. So why? They were 25 and healthy. For a time, she thought about organ harvesting. Maybe their kidneys were about to be auctioned on the internet, or their hearts, or their lungs, or their corneas, plus whatever else was good. Bone marrow, maybe. The whole long list, like on their driver's licenses. But then she thought not. No attempt had been made to check their blood types, no casual questions, no accidental nicks or scrapes or cuts, no first aid, no blood-stained gauze. You couldn't sell a kidney without a blood type. It was the kind of thing people needed to know. She relaxed for a moment, but not for long. She didn't understand. Who was she, and who was Shorty? What were they good for? Reacher woke up at 1 minute past 3 in the morning. Same deal. He snapped awake, instantly, like flicking a switch. Same reason. A sound, which he didn't hear again. Nothing. He padded naked out of bed and checked the alley through the window. Nothing. No glint of raccoon, no ghost-like coyote, no eager dog. A quiet night. Except apparently not, and once again at exactly 1 minute past 3 in the morning. He doubted the cocktail waitress would have gone to work that night. Probably fired, or afraid of reprisals. And a new gig in a new place wouldn't have got her home at precisely the same time. Plus, the kid wasn't waiting at her door anymore. He was in the hospital. Plus, now the alley where she lived was more than 4 blocks away, on a diagonal with plenty of stuff in between, outside the radius. He wasn't close enough for a cry to carry. Therefore, the timing was a coincidence. He heard Amos's voice in his head.
They'll mobilize before midnight. They'll be here by morning. The distances are not great.
Was it morning? Technically, he supposed. He pictured midnight in Boston, and a car gassing up and slipping away in the dark. Could it be in Laconia 3 hours and 1 minute later? Easily. Probably 2 times over. He pictured the guy taking his time, prowling, getting a lay of the land, maybe rousing a clerk or an innkeeper here or there, asking his question about a big guy with a cut hand, apologizing when the answer was no, shoving a 50 in a shirt pocket, moving on, back to the car, looking for the next place. Until sooner or later he found the innkeeper who would say, "Sure, top floor, the room in the back." Reacher pulled his pants out from under the mattress and put them on. He buttoned his shirt and laced his shoes. He collected his toothbrush from the bathroom glass and he put it in his pocket. He was good to go. He walked downstairs to the lobby, still 3 hours before the buffet. He waited inside the street door and listened. He heard nothing. He stepped out. He heard the swish of a distant car. He saw no one. He walked to the corner. Nothing there. He heard the car again. Same sound, different position. Far away, then nearer, as if it had turned in 1 block closer. Going nowhere in particular, just around and around on a new, tighter radius. For the sake of it, Reacher walked the 4 diagonal blocks and found the alley between the bag store and the shoe store, where the waitress lived. It was all quiet. No one was there. No disturbance. Just dark blank windows and mist and silence. He heard the car again, behind him, in the distance. The faint hiss of its tires, the breathing of its engine, a pock as it hit a joint in the blacktop. 3 blocks away, he thought. No direct line of sight. There was a dogleg in the cross street. He turned back towards the inn. He walked through cones of yellow light. Once he stopped in the shadows and listened. He could still hear the car, rolling slow, still 3 blocks away, turning right every now and then, going around and around. He walked on. The car stepped another block closer. It turned right 1 street early. Now it was only 2 blocks away, going around and around. A giant map-sized spiral. A search pattern, but a lazy one. It proved nothing. There could be a whole football team of big guys with cut hands running around, and a slow spiral could miss every one of them every time. Not missing one of them would be a random chance. Therefore, maybe not a search pattern. Not yet. Maybe still a lay-of-the-land reconnaissance. It was still very early. Thorough preparations were always to be recommended. A degree of professionalism could be anticipated. Exit routes could be planned. Difficult turns could be noted. Alleys could be inspected for width and destination. The car turned right, 2 blocks behind him. He walked on. 2 blocks to go. Which presented a problem with 4 dimensions. Where would he be when the car next passed close to the inn? Where would the car be when he arrived at its door? Which was the same question. Time and distance and direction. Like deflection shooting. Where will the running man be when the bullet gets there? He stopped walking. The timing was going to be wrong. Better to wait it out a quarter turn. Better to get there right after the guy drove on, not right before he was due to arrive. Common sense, surely. He strolled to the corner and waited. The street was deserted. Still the dead of night. All good. Except right then the car chose to step in another block closer. Way early compared to its previous pattern. Not remotely predictable. It came rolling down the cross street on Reacher's left, with its bright lights on, sweeping both sidewalks at once. Reacher was lit up like a movie star. The car stopped 15 feet away. Idling engine, blinding light. Behind it, a door opened. Reacher planned to dive down and to the right of the sound, but forward, into the light. Safer that way. The guy was probably right-handed. A panic spasm caused by the sudden dive would jerk his gun up and away, not down and in. If he had a gun. Behind the light, a voice said, "Laconia Police Department." Then it said, "Raise your hands." "I can't see you," Reacher said. "Kill the lights." Which was a test of sorts. A real cop might, and a fake cop wouldn't. He was still planning on the dive to the right. Then any kind of contact with the open door would get the job done. It would smack back into the guy, and after that, it would be a fair fight. The lights went out. Reacher blinked a couple of times, and the yellow nighttime glow came back, soft through the misty air, harsh where the streets were wet. The car was a Laconia PD black and white, clean and new, glowing orange inside with technology. The guy behind its open door was in a patrolman's uniform. His nameplate said Davison. He was maybe in his middle 20s, maybe a little skinnier than he wanted to be, but bright and alert and resolved. His creases were crisp, his hair was brushed, his equipment belt was in excellent order. He was ready. For once, a routine night patrol had turned out interesting. "Raise your hands," he said again. "Not really necessary," Reacher said. "Then turn around and I'll cuff you." "Not really necessary either." "It's for your safety as well as mine," Davison said. Which Reacher figured had to come from a role-play class, maybe led by a psychologist. Maybe the task of the day was to find a line that could inhibit further resistance simply by stunning vital cortexes in the brain with its blatant opacity. How could putting him in handcuffs help his safety? But out loud, he said, "Officer, I don't see a lot of probable cause here." Davison said, "None is required." Was there a constitutional crisis I didn't hear about? "You're already a person of interest. You were mentioned in the Start a Watch briefing. A sketch was distributed. You're not supposed to be seen in public." "Who conducted the briefing?" "Detective Amos." "What else did she say?" "Report immediately if we see a Massachusetts license plate." "Did you?" Not yet. She's taking it seriously, Reacher said. She has to. We can't let anything bad happen. We'll be crucified. I'm heading back to my hotel now. No, sir. You need to come with me. Am I under arrest? Sir, Detective Amos informed us of your prior service in the MPs. We're happy to extend every courtesy. Yes or no? You're about an inch away, the kid said, bright and alert and resolved, and sure of himself, and sure of his orders and the law and his bosses. Happy days. Reacher thought about coffee. Nearly 3 hours in the future in the innkeeper's lobby. No doubt an ever-present fixture in the police station. An arrest won't be necessary, he said. I'll ride with you of my own free will, but in the front. Call it a rule. They got in the car, and they drove on at the same speed Reacher had heard in the distance, slow and deliberate, nosing around corners, dutifully completing whichever lap it was of the night-long patrol. Reacher's seat was cramped by an overspill of equipment from the center console. There was a laptop computer on a gooseneck stalk. There were holders and holsters for small specialist items. The vinyl on the dash was shiny and clean. The air smelled new. The car could have been a month old. Then whichever lap it was on ended, and Davison turned a corner near the city office and set out on a wider street in a direction that Reacher recognized led to the station. A straight shot, about half a mile. Davison drove it a little faster than before. With panache, with a certain swagger. The master of the nighttime universe. He pulled in outside the lobby doors. He got out. Reacher got out. They went inside together. Davison explained the situation to the night guy, who was unclear on only one point. He said, "Until 9:30, do I need to lock him up?" Davison looked at Reacher. He said, "Does he?" "Not really necessary." "You sure?" "I don't want anything bad to happen either. All I want is coffee." Davison turned back to the night guy. He said, "Find him an office to wait in, and get him a cup of coffee." Then ahead of them the double doors swung open, and Brenda Amos walked through.
We'll use my office,
she said. Chapter 23. The first arrival happened well before dawn. A repeat customer. He lived in the far northern part of Maine, in a wooden house in the center of 80 square miles of forest, all of which he owned. As always, he drove only by night, in a beat-up old Volvo wagon, not worth a second glance, but just in case it got one, it was also fitted with fake Vermont plates made up with an unissued number. His phone told him where to turn, but of course he remembered the place anyway, from his first visit. How could he forget? He recognized the mouth of the track and the sketchy blacktop and the fat rubber wire, which rang a bell somewhere to scare up a welcome, which this time was offered in the motel office, by Mark only. The others were nowhere to be seen, watching the security cameras, the new guest assumed, and hoped. Mark offered him room 3, and he took it. Mark watched him as he parked the wagon, watched him as he carried his bags inside. He was wondering which bag held his money, the new guest assumed. He set his stuff down near the closet and stepped outside again to the pre-dawn darkness, to the soft, misty air. He couldn't contain himself. He crept along the boardwalk, past room 4, past 5, towards a dead-looking Honda Civic, crouching blackly in the moonlight. He stepped out into the lot at that point and looped around behind it so he could take in the whole of room 10 from a distance. The first look. It was occupied. The email said so. But it was currently blank and quiet. The window blind was down. There was no light inside, no sound, nothing was happening. The new guest stood for a minute, and then he walked back to room 3. Reacher took coffee from the squad room pot, and then Amos walked him back to her office. the same as before. The old structure, the new contents. The desk, the chairs, the cabinets, the computer. She said,
I asked you to play it safe for my sake.
He said, something woke me up.
Is there a law that says therefore automatically you have to get up?
Sometimes.
They could have been arriving right then.
Exactly. I thought I should at least get my pants on. Then I went out to take a look. Nothing doing, except an excellent performance from Patrolman Davison, with which I had no problem. I'm happy to wait here, all good. Except I'm sorry you had to get up early.
Yeah, me too,
Amos said.
You also went out for dinner.
How do you know? He asked.
Take a guess.
Because of blood on the street, he thought, or a random traffic stop a block or two later, or both. The guys from the apple farm. Had to be. But out loud he said, I don't know.
Carter Carrington told us, she said. You walked 8 blocks to the same bistro he was in, and 8 blocks back. That wasn't playing it safe.
At the time I thought it was, in a roundabout way.
You should have called me. I gave you my card. I would have brought pizza to your room.
Why'd you ask Carrington about me?
We didn't. We needed a legal opinion. Your dinner plans came up in the subsequent conversation.
What kind of legal opinion?
Who we can detain before they've actually done anything wrong.
And what was the answer?
These days, practically anybody.
Maybe no one is coming, Reacher said. The kid was an asshole.
No chance whatsoever.
Okay. But maybe it's not top of their list. Maybe they have to pick up the dry cleaning first. I'll be out of here at 9:30. They'll find me gone.
I sincerely hope every part of what you just said is true.
Let's hope some of it is.
We got some news, she said. Slightly encouraging for us, not so much for you.
What is it?
Current thinking has downgraded the risk of drive-by casualties. Now we think they're somewhat unlikely. Chief Shaw was on the phone with the Boston PD. They think the attempt will not be made here. They think their preferred tactic will be to get you in their car so they can drive you back to Boston, where they'll throw you off an apartment building. That's what they do. Like a signature, like a press release, makes a splash in every way. I would prefer that didn't happen to you.
Are you worried about me?
Purely as a professional responsibility.
I won't get in the strange man's car, Reacher said. I think I can pretty much guarantee that. Amos didn't reply. Her door opened a crack and a head stuck in and said, Ma'am, we have reports on the radio of a Massachusetts plate incoming from the southwest on a black Chrysler 300 sedan, which according to Mass DMV seems to be registered to a freight forwarding operation based out of Logan Airport in Boston.
What are the demographics on a black Chrysler 300?
Some limo companies, some rentals, but definitely a go-to gangster car.
Where is it now?
Still south of downtown, with a squad car right behind it.
Can he see inside?
The windows are tinted.
Dark enough to pull him over?
Ma'am, we can play this any way you tell us. Amos said,
Not yet. Stay with him. Make it obvious. Show the flag.
The head ducked out and the door closed again.
So,
Amos said,
Here we go.
Not yet, Reacher said. Not with this guy.
How many more clues do you need?
That's my point, Reacher said. It's a big black sedan with tinted windows. It's a shiny object. It's immediately traceable back to Boston. It's owned by a freight forwarding company at a major international airport. It might as well carry a neon sign. It's a decoy. They want you to follow it. It's going to drive around all day at exactly 29 miles an hour. It's going to signal every turn, and you can bet your ass its taillights are in working order. Meanwhile, the real guy is in an electrician's van or a plumber or flowers or whatever. We have to assume a certain amount of common sense. The real guy is going to slip into town sometime today, and no one is going to notice. But hopefully after 9:30 in the morning, because that would make sense anyway. By then, you'll have been on a war footing more than 6 hours. You'll be getting tired. He'll know that. He'll wait. I'll be long gone.
We're basing a lot on your friend from yesterday actually showing up again.
I guess we are.
Willie?
I wouldn't be a bit surprised either way. He was that kind of guy.
On time?
Same answer.
What if he doesn't show up? You'll be here all day. That's the exact scenario I promised Shaw I wouldn't let happen.
Reacher nodded. I don't want to put you on the spot, he said. I apologize if I already have. I'll give my guy 30 minutes, that's all. If he doesn't show by 10 o'clock, you can drive me to the city limit yourself. Does that work?
And then what?
Then Shaw is happy. I'll be outside in a dark cashmere overcoat and a pink button-down shirt with greasy black hair slicked back and aviator shades and a gold chain around his neck, like central casting, whatever caught the eye. Then a new voice said, The cameras at the Highway Cloverleaf show a Massachusetts plate heading our way, on a dark blue panel van, a Persian carpet cleaning company out of Boston. If it doesn't turn off, it's about 10 minutes away. Back burner, the dispatcher said. We're going to get plenty of clutter. We're going to get FedEx and UPS and all kinds of things. The static breathed in and out. Reacher had seen Persian carpets, mostly in old houses or rich houses or old rich houses. He knew they were expensive. He knew they were often treasured heirlooms. Therefore, cleaning them was a delicate matter. Experts were no doubt few and far between. So it was immediately plausible that a discerning customer in Laconia would need to send to Boston for a satisfactory service. Pick-up and drop-off included, no doubt, in the same all-in-one delicate and expert price. All good. Except. He topped up his coffee and headed back to Amos's office. She was at her desk with her hand on the phone, as if she had just put it down or couldn't remember who she wanted to call. He said, I heard the radio in the squad room. She nodded.
I got an update,
She said,
The decoy is getting drive-through coffee.
And a blue van came off the highway.
That too.
Got an opinion?
It's a van, she said. I can think of 100 reasons why it's okay.
99, Reacher said.
What's wrong with it?
How many Persian carpets have you seen?
A few.
Where?
An old lady we used to visit in a big old house. We were told to call her an aunt. We weren't allowed to touch anything.
Exactly, an old biddy, a rich old fuss budget, no doubt very organized. Probably she gets her mahogany polished at the same time her rug is out for cleaning, which happens every time the latest Labrador dies, when she also has her great-grandmother's china washed. What's the earliest time of day such a grand New Hampshire lady would be prepared to receive tradespeople at her door? Amos said nothing. The van's too early, Reacher said. That's what's wrong with it. It's just after dawn. It's not making a customer call in Laconia.
Want me to have it stopped?
I don't care, Reacher said. I'll survive either way. But if it's the guy, you could get a nice bust out of it. He's got to be carrying, probably a big shotgun, if he seriously expects me to get in the van with him.
You're about the size of a rolled-up rug,
She said.
from a big room. Maybe this is how they move people now, since the new cars came out with the smaller trunks.
Reacher didn't know if she was kidding or not. Up to you, he said. Taking a look might put your mind at rest.
I would need a SWAT team if you're right about the shotgun.
Reacher didn't answer. She thought for a moment, and then she picked up the phone. She said to whoever answered,
Keep eyes on the blue van from the carpet cleaner. Let me know where it goes.
An hour later, the workday was fully underway. The new watch was in. The station was bustling and crowded. Reacher kept out the way. He heard a patchwork of news, some of it from the radio feed, which was still playing softly, and some of it from people calling out updates to each other, desk to desk across busy rooms, and some of it by eavesdropping on hurried corridor conversations. The decoy in the Chrysler was still driving around, ostentatiously legal, taking scrupulous care at every four-way, yielding and deferring to pedestrians and local drivers every chance he got. He had not yet stopped for gas, or the bathroom. Opinion was divided as to which was the more impressive feat. But they had lost the blue van. By then, they had 3 squad cars out, 1 behind the Chrysler and 2 patrolling the southern approaches, and the van had been seen once, but not again. Opinion was divided between 2 competing theories. Either the van had parked in a carefully hidden location, perhaps an alley or a courtyard, which automatically made it suspicious, or else it had driven straight through town and exited to the northwest, perhaps to service an address in a close-by community, which automatically didn't. Reacher wondered if the apple farmer had a Persian carpet in his house. Amos said,
"It's nearly time for you to go."
He said, "Maybe I'll walk through a couple of alleys and courtyards."
"You won't walk through anywhere. I'm going to drive you. In a marked car. No one would be dumb enough to attack a police vehicle."
"Are you worried about me?"
"Purely in an operational sense. I want you out of here. Definitively. Once and for all. No delays. Because then my problem is solved. For avoidance of doubt, I want to see it happen with my own eyes."
"Maybe after that you should go stop the decoy and let him know it's all over. He might be grateful. He must be desperate for a leak by now."
"Maybe I will."
"You could tell him which way I went. Tell him I'd like to meet him. And his pal in the van."
"Let it go," she said. "This ain't the MPs anymore."
"Is that how you feel?"
"Mostly,"
she said. She made a couple of arrangements on the phone, and then she grabbed her bag and led Reacher out to the lot, where she chose a black and white still wet from the car wash. The keys were in. Reacher rode in the front, cramped by the laptop and the custom compartments. He gave her directions to the corner before the side street where the inn was, where he had gotten out the day before. All the way there, he watched the traffic. Didn't see a blue van. Didn't see a black Chrysler either. There was a late rush hour jam at one of the lights. Amos checked her watch. Getting close. She lit up her roof bar and slipped through in the wrong lane. And there, dead ahead, was the ancient Subaru, waiting at the curb, on the right spot, at the right time. Inside was a familiar skinny silhouette. Blue denim, a pencil neck, and a long gray ponytail.
"Is that him?"
Amos asked. "Sure is," Reacher said.
"Maybe I did something good in a previous life."
She pulled in behind the Subaru.